Nummer 4 kriege ich.
A bit laggy. That's the only thing. Oh no, so it seems okay now. Seems okay. back the SDC. Bring back the SDC.
Hello and welcome to SDC Tour Event 17 from Basel Casino. Here we'll be watching Group 2, which features Marcel Walpen, Robin Yusen, Christopher Kaufmann and Pascal Marty. Trav, how do you see this group going?
Thank you, James. Yeah, we had some early speculation here that there might be a withdrawal from this group, allowing a certain seeded player maybe to slip his way in, and Mika Flugiger will confirm that for you in due course. But as things stand, it's still our four original players that James said. Marcel Walpen, obviously the top name, the top attraction in this group. An interesting newcomer in the form of Robin Yusen. Relatively little known about Robin Yusen. Certainly an interesting darts character in the Netherlands. He has a social media following that's very focused and committed on his darts. Pascal Marty we've seen in SDC Tour Event 15. Wasn't able to win a leg in that particular event, but I'm sure he'll be hungry for more darts and wanting to cause the biggest upset of them all. And Christopher Kaufmann to round off the group. I don't see any trouble for Marcel Walpen in this group, particularly after his poor weekend at SDC 15 and 16. Only managing a quarter-final in the last 16, I think he'll be really wanting to put that right this weekend. And let's see what practice he's been doing over the last month or so. It's been a while since we've last seen him on our YouTube stream. Here he is, he's back.
Interesting to see how he gets on today. As you said, not doing too well in the last two events. Stefan Bellmont is here today as well. Always going to be the favourite when it comes in. And a certain Jochen Graudenz has been on great form recently. Getting to almost Stefan Bellmont and Jochen Graudenz facing each other for a spot in Eurotour. Great news as well on the Eurotour, obviously, with the announcement that it's coming to Switzerland in Zurich next year. So a great opportunity for four homegrown players to play in SDC Tour event, in Eurotour event, sorry.
Yeah, you may be looking at one of those men right now, Marcel Walpen, who might be featuring in that tournament next year. I'm sure he'll be excited by that news, as we all are, as all the members of SDC certainly have been over the last month.
Also, interestingly, we've got the World Cup coming up shortly. Currently, Stefan Bellmont has qualified to play for Switzerland. In order to qualify, you need points, you need money, prize money from the PDC. Stefan Bellmont currently has one, having got through 2 rounds, should I say, beating Ross Smith in Players' Championship 6 or 7, I want to say. Not 100% sure on the stats there, but potential opportunity for Marcel Walpen to make his debut in the World Cup of Darts. We should find out shortly who will be playing, but potentially an opportunity to be a tournament, which we would stream here on the SDC, so you get a chance to watch. And I think it would be the biggest stake ever. £500 for these guys is obviously a lot of money to win an event, but to represent your country in the World Cup, but a sport they all love.
Can't put a price on things like that.
Absolutely can't. Martin Helder will probably try and enter himself, but I can't see him being there.
Those 82 dart legs, I don't think will cut the mustard in the World Cup of Darts. Quick preview of today's draw, James. I know we've both had a little look this morning. Any names that catch your eye, or any groups that catch your eye on first glance?
I think there are definitely some groups that have some strong players. I mean, we definitely mentioned there was a group with Sven Hoffman and Felix Scher. Sven Hoffman will feel slightly unlucky to get Scher in his group. I also think it's lovely to see the return of a couple of other faces as well. Joel Brighton-Moser finally back in SDC action again after taking ill at one previous event.
Wish him all the best. Hope he's feeling well and confident. He'll be back on the cameras at some point today, I'm sure.
And a very other familiar face, Daniel Garter, a good friend with the darts referee, will be facing Stefan Bellmont in his opening clash today. We wish him well as well. Although I think he might come unstuck today.
It might be more than luck to get a leg off Stefan Bellmont in that game.
Maybe some whiskey. But no, it'll be interesting to see. Also, other exciting news as well. We've got the SDC Awards coming up as well in May.
Don't forget. Which will be the final tournament of the season, won't it? This is our penultimate weekend, Tour Events 17 and 18.
256 players will be competing. Currently 236 tickets sold. If you're listening to this right now and want your share of £10 website available for anyone to enter. And to be honest, some of the standard of darts, I think you can get some wins even if you're not an experienced darts player.
Yeah. Me and James are licking our lips ourselves. We'll be swapping our commentary positions for our darting hockey. We'll both be there. Possibly with differing fortunes we might experience on the day, but looking forward to it nonetheless.
Here's a man that we've both played before, Joel Stauffer, the stacker. Unfortunately, him and Fernando Migliore taking us out in the SDC doubles event last year.
No one's told him it's springtime in Switzerland. He looks dressed for some colder weather, doesn't he? But
Who's your favourite for today? Where's your money going?
we always have this debate, don't we, James? Who would start as a favourite in this tournament? And we tend to flip-flop, don't we, between Walpen and Bellmont for who is the better of those two players. I know we've made differing predictions sometimes when they're playing in a head-to-head game. Obviously, you'd expect them to both go far in this tournament today. I tend to always side with Marcel Walpen, as I say, just because I've seen more of the man. I'm just going with, I think he's got more of a point to prove this weekend than Bellmont. I think his focus, his commitment, his determination to win this weekend just more than his so I'm going to make an early call at Marcel Walpen today.
I think I'm going to go against the grain here, and I'm not going to pick either Marcel Walpen or Stefan Bellmont. In current form, I think no one can touch Jochen Graudenz. I think he's been unbelievable recently. The Euro Tour qualifier, statistically highest average throughout the day, he's thrown well. Just his doubles let him down, and I think if he's going to get shots at doubles, I think he's got the scoring power, and he seems to get better and better every day. Jochen Graudenz, for me, is going to go all the way. And we'll hopefully finish on a full 12 goals.
Will be any replication of that tomfoolery in his checkouts, those bull checkouts?
Interesting to see. Also, the return of Loris Schaub, the junior champion of Switzerland. Haven't seen him for a long time. I think this is his actual debut in SDC singles events.
Really?
So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Yeah.
Interesting that we met him over a year ago now at that doubles competition.
Lovely London guy.
2022. Yeah, good player, wasn't he?
When we were doing the warm-ups, I did think we were slightly out of our depth because he was throwing straight at the treble 20. I think as soon as he gets a bit more experience, I think he could be a player to watch in the future.
It'd be nice to see him mix it with the big boys, wouldn't it? The likes of this man on your screen. And it looks as though our first round games are just about to get underway. We can see Jackie Julie, I think is our 16th seed today. He is, yeah. We can just see him on Darts Connect about to go live for his first round game. Expect it won't be long before we see Marcel Walpen versus Robin Newson in the first group stage game. We'll give a quick shout out to Robin Newson now, as I'm sure we'll make reference to it later today. His Twitter handle at remind me, James, his Twitter handle. He's known as the Fat Mantis.
Quite a cool darts thing now.
Yeah, I'd like to know where it's come from. Maybe something.
I think he looks a bit like a praying mantis.
I'm not sure that's entirely complimentary, James, but maybe his darts strangle and suffocate the opposition. I don't know.
I don't know what he looks like, so I can't be judgmental.
But
I think if it's the player we're thinking of in the warm-up, he does stand up quite tall.
Yeah, here he is in shot now, James. This is him.
Just very casual for a darts tournament. No darts shirt, rocking the top of the cap.
At Dutch Mantis, that's his darts handle. He's doing a lot to promote darts in the Netherlands, as I'm sure many people are. And of course, the SDC no stranger to having darts influencers and darts personalities appear in their events.
Michael Verhoeven is playing against Alexander Zvanovic as well, another Dutch player. Interesting to see how they get on. Hard to put too much predictions on these Dutch lads when you don't really know too much. Can't really see them on Darts Connect, but that's the first game underway right now. Alexander Zvanovic against Michael Verhoeven. Best of luck to both players.
We talked before, haven't we, James, about how the SDC has really brought together different nationalities from, I suppose, the whole of Europe. We've seen players from Eastern Europe, we've seen obviously the Swiss players, the German players, Italian players. It really does bring together a wealth of nationalities, doesn't it, these tournaments now?
Yeah, Tim van der Dungen as well, another Dutch player. Wonder if they've all travelled over together.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. We know that the Mantis has had a 6-hour journey this morning, so if you're not feeling the effects of that journey and the fatigue,
that kind of effect with Matt Campbell in the Pro Tour when he averaged 48. Of course, some other big names that will be playing today. Rocco Fulciniti, always back in action. What's someone that always goes under the radar? We never really predict him, but he does get some wins.
Yeah. I believe he averaged over 100 in one of his group stage games last time. That's now 3 players to have averaged over the 100 mark in the SDC. This man, of course, Marcel Walpen, being one of those in his group stage game.
I can think of 4 maybe.
Oh, there's 4 who have averaged.
I think you've missed Alex Fellman.
Ooh, I was thinking of Fellman.
Jochen Graudenz has also averaged over 100, 104. Oh. Yeah, that's the highest average ever in the SDC.
Well, let's see if we see another one today. Would your money be on this man to do it? If there was a 100+ average today?
How can you look past
looking at his darts in the warm-up? I've just seen treble 20s. I don't know about you. The backwards cap here of what could be Christopher Kaufmann or Pascal Marty. Confirm that for you in due course.
As our announcer, Christopher.
Good friends with Marcel Walpen at this point. He's out so many of his games.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we don't have Robin Newson opening the game. It's against Mike Lotzer.
Okay. Not a name we envisaged being in this group.
I haven't done too much research on Mike Lotzer.
No.
But we'll see how he gets on today.
Not a name that I'm immediately familiar with from playing in SDC events. Are you, James?
No, I've never heard the name, never seen the name, but always makes it more exciting. You could get a random 10+ average.
Yeah, it's always fear the unknown a little bit. I'm sure Marcel Walpen does his research. I suspect he probably does, don't you, James, on the opponents that he maybe has in the group stage, just to see maybe how they've done in previous events, just out of curiosity, maybe as much as out of fear.
I remember when we stayed in the hotel, we stayed in the same hotel as Marcel Walpen, and when we came out for our second day of darting action, he knew straight away he was playing you.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't see one bead of sweat on him at all, because he knew how easy that game was going to be.
I saw him licking his lips at that moment as well, I think. Could have been the breakfast, could have been the thought of my weak darts to threaten him.
What was the score again? Remind me of that one.
It was 3-0, James.
Oh, it was 3-0, yeah.
It's no embarrassment losing 3-0, as many player has gone down by such a scoreline.
Lots of players are up and running at the moment now. Just getting some slight adjustments done to the screen and we'll be ready to go.
Certainly will be. If anyone's not familiar, round robin stages to begin with, 16 groups, 4 players. Each game is, of course, best of 5 legs, first of 3, with the top 2 qualifying into the knockout stages.
After that, we'll get all the knockout stages. All can be seen on Darts Connect, and we will be streaming 1 game per round.
Yeah. A reminder, of course, it's live on YouTube and Schaffhausen TV. If anyone wants to leave any comments, leave any thoughts in the YouTube chat, myself and James will do our best to reply to those, to interact with those, and answer any questions or queries you may have. There he is, the fat mantis in the background.
Robin Newson looks slightly confused. I think he thinks I'm supposed to be playing on this board. and we do as well, Robin. I think slight error here from Christopher. Let's see if he just makes the change, and we'll get the correct game up on screen.
He's reminding me a little bit of Stefan Hackler with his appearance today, James. What do you think of that comparison?
You mean the cap and the polo shirt?
I mean the over jacket, the polo shirt, the cap. Even in appearance, they're not that dissimilar.
Is Stefan Hackler playing today? Not 100%
Didn't see
sure.
his name on the seeds.
Can't see his name early on. If you go onto Darts Connect, you can keep an eye with all of the games going on. So if you've got some friends playing, especially if the Dutch compatriots are watching from home, Tim van der Dungen unfortunately averaging 32 in the first leg, but hopefully more to come.
In the land of Basel Casino, you'd think he'd want 20s rather than 1s and 5s. But they're the cards you dealt. Tim van der Dungen needs more 20s.
What do you think of the flights here?
Interesting.
Yeah, very.
They're certainly going to, well, slow the motion of his darts down. You can see his dart stand particularly tall, and the shape of his flights are no coincidence there. They obviously create a lot of drag through the darts, don't they? So they enter the board a little bit slower than maybe Marcel Walpen's do.
The correct name now on screen. It is Robin Hewson against Marcel Walpen.
Game we were expecting.
Lots of first round matches going on at the moment. Lots of scores coming in as we go. Some good starts from some of the players. Mark Bichelle, Conor Steiger taking early legs. Loris Schaub, as we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Joel Brighton-Moser. I wonder if he's feeling slightly out of practice at the moment.
Interesting. Yeah, you never quite know how much competitive darts players will have played when they've been away for a while or had other commitments, missed a few events. It's you never quite know what form they're going to hit the ground running with. Okay, as we get underway here, Marcel Walpen throwing for the bullseye first.
Can you see anything else apart from a 3-0 here?
I can't, James, no. Unless Robin Hewson's really been just teasing us in the warm-up. He hasn't thrown with a great deal of consistency from what I've seen, but...
First leg is Marcel to throw first. Game on.
And it's game on. Let's go.
Here we go. We're back.
Let's play.
The SDC is back. It's been 5 weeks, and the first dart is treble 20.
140.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not. And I think Robin Hewson will be thinking, oh no.
He tweeted this morning about...
it's not double in, Robin.
25.
Facing Marcel Walpen. Let's see if that excitement very quickly turns to fear and dread.
7-7 first start.
Yeah. 100.
Not seen that. Yeah.
Ropey.
Do you reckon that's the nerves?
I'm not sure, James. His practice starts were all at 20s. I don't know what made him think to maybe start on the 19s. It's a ploy we've seen a couple of players use in the SDC.
Almost reminds me of Matt Edgar when he plays MVG and he turns down throwing first when he hits bullseye.
As Robin Hewson looks to be throwing at bullseye with his first start there. Another wild spread on Hewson's darts.
140.
Those three certainly weren't wild, were they, James?
No, ton 40, ton 40.
Yeah.
I mean, for this leg, it is basically a practice leg for Hewson. It's a bit of a shame to see him spray quite a lot since we've started, because in the warm-up, his darts were a lot tighter than this. I think it just must be nerves.
Do you think Walpen will go 11 ball? No, sets up double 18 instead.
12 darter out on 1-2-1 for the first leg. The SDC is back, guys.
Wow. I thought we were just in for a steady ride there, but Marcel Walpen's in gear 5 before we've gotten out of bed.
Good treble there for Robin Hewson.
Yeah.
Needed.
He'll need every treble he can in this leg, won't he?
Probably gives him a bit of confidence as well.
100.
Ooh, where have those darts gone?
Why we can't see those darts? The invisible ton.
16.
I claim them against you all the time, James, don't I? You don't see them go in, I claim a ton.
Only a 16 there from Robin Hewson.
59.
Just getting the tech set up now. Apologies for the slight delay. You can see the score there on your screen. That is correct. Marcel Walpen threw a 12 darter in the first leg and is currently 70 points in front of Robin Hewson in the second leg.
You can see Rocco Fultoniti in the background there.
180.
Looks to be playing on board number 3 or 4.
180 for Marcel Walpen. Just a shame we can't see it. Talking about a ton plus average. Could we get our first ton and change average?
Michael van Gerwen's fearing for his highest ever professional darts average getting broken by Marcel Walpen.
He doesn't ask what's left.
I'd be very surprised if he hasn't hit 1 or 2 trebles here. Wouldn't be asking the question from 2 fat numbers, would he?
Just looks like a big number.
I think it's just 130.
122. Great little setup
tops
there.
after 12. Well, Marcel.
40.
Will the freight train keep on running? I predict it will.
Down to 10.
Gone inside, yeah.
Short in the second leg. Marcel
Ooh.
Walpen.
14 darter followed by to
Third
follow up the
leg,
12.
Yeah.
to throw first.
115.
2
Oh
out
my
of 3
God.
on the doubles.
Highest ever average in the SDC. Can we see it? And we haven't got the tech to sync it up. I'm just looking at the scoreboard and the throwing action.
I'm just looking at his face. I'm looking at his reaction.
41.
He looks excited.
Steely, yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. Poor from Marcel Walpen. Poor darts.
69.
Yeah, welcome to Switzerland, Robin Newson.
There we go, 69.
93.
Can't see what that was there. First up wasn't a treble.
93. He's still very much flirting with the potential of a big ton plus average here, isn't he?
56.
He is indeed.
He can maybe go ton, leave a finish after 12. He's very much going to be threatening it.
That looks like a wild dart.
Yeah,
though.
it does look like single one, perhaps.
23.
Seems like 21 there, I think. I think he was thinking about the average as well.
23.
First winner of the day, Daniel von Orman with a 67 average. Very strong for Mr. von Orman.
24.
Impressive from Daniel, yeah. And speaking of impressive, we really are being treated by Marcel Walpen here.
I think this could be a 140 or 180. I think it might.
Sticks out the tongue.
140.
3 140s, 4 140s, and 2 and a bit legs here from Marcel Walpen.
Incredible stuff,
54.
really, isn't it?
He really has laid down a mark, hasn't he, in this first game? Let's see. Can he get out in 6 from here?
I hope so.
I'm sure he does this in his warm-up practice. Pretty regular.
44.
206. Let's see, what's he left? Ooh. We saw him check this, of course, didn't we, against Stefan Bellmont, I believe it was, in the semi-final of SDC 16.
Yes, you might be right.
160. I think he was 5-4 down at the time, I remember. And landed a 160 to get it back all square.
Does look like it's in first dart.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, second one just over the
Yeah,
top.
big 20.
100.
Could be 95. No, it's 100. Good darts from Walpen. Set it up.
Yep.
I don't think he'll be thinking too much about the average. I think he was earlier. When
Yeah, I think
12
so
and
too.
14.
I think in 2 darts, and it could still be above
56.
that 100 mark,
I think so as
Marcel
well.
requires
given the
60.
strength of that first leg, in 12. Let's see.
Unfortunate first game when he's come up for Robin Newson here.
Oh, yeah.
They're not all like this, Robin, we promise.
As Marcel Walpen looks at
Game
tops.
shot
And hits
and a match
tops.
for
Tops in
Marcel
2
Walpen.
darts. How many was that?
That
What
was
is the
a
average?
20 dart leg to go with his 12 and 14.
Just a measly 98.
Yeah.
Marcel, disappointing.
Marcel Walpen comfortably wraps up a 3-0 win.
We will see, obviously, Robin Newson back again. If you're watching for him at home, he plays again later on against Pascal Marty and Christopher Kaufman.
Just under the 100 average there, James. I think he threw, let's have a look, he threw 46 darts in that game.
98 average.
Yeah, just under, but impressive nonetheless.
What do you think of Newson's first game out?
I don't think we've seen the best of Robin Newson there. The attention was very much, of course, on Marcel Walpen. But as you said, he did spray an awful lot, didn't he? I don't think he knew his best segment. I don't think he knew his best strategy. Was he throwing for 19s? Was he throwing for 20s? I think he probably just needs to go away, take a breather, maybe watch the video back, reflect on some of the areas that he went wrong, and maybe get a clearer game plan in his mind of how he wants to attack that scoring phase, because he certainly didn't impress in that first game, did he?
No, he didn't. A couple of upsets looking like they're on the cards at the moment. Joel Breitenmoser 2-1 down. Alexander Sivanovic 2-1 down to Dutch player Michael Verhoeven. Joel Breitenmoser levelling up.
You asked about Stefan Hackler earlier. He is playing. He is through with a 3-0 victory in the first round.
Sven Hoffman will be slightly disappointed with his performance so far. I mean, he is 2-0 up, but he is only averaging 47.
Ooh. You suspect there's been some missed starts at double in that game. Perhaps the highest quality game of the first round, Zaki Juli, our 16th seed, tied at 2 apiece with Thomas Eichmann, averaging in the 70s.
Good darts there from Thomas Eichmann.
Yeah, good standard of game.
Yeah. So there's some good darts over on a lot of the boards actually today. Like very steady 70+ averages.
Yeah.
Nothing too spectacular apart from Marcel Walpen so far, but to be honest, in the group stage, you just want the wins on your belt.
You do, yeah.
the first game of the day is always nervy. I think your average in the first game last year must have been 50s as well. Quite a tough one to get under your belt. But if you get the win, you get the win, which Ivo Fiora and Mark Bichel also know about. Our good friend Roger Toucher, unfortunately, going down. We now have the setup correct. Thank you very much, Mark and Lauren, for fixing that. We have 2 new players in this group. So not the original players that we thought. Christopher Kaufmann and Pascal Marty are not playing. Instead, we have Mike Lotzer, which we saw the name on board earlier, and Dominic Niedenberger. Don't know either of these 2 players, but be interesting to see how they get on.
I wonder if that's because of 2 withdrawals, James, or perhaps Kaufmann and Marty have moved to different groups. Maybe keep you posted on that one.
Seems to be some slight things with the draw. We also saw, remember earlier, Mika Flukiger.
Yeah, Flukiger.
He was playing, but he's not in the draw, so slightly confused what's going on there. Rocco Fulciniti is one for all you Italian fans. I don't know if Maurizio Castronovici is listening at home, our fan favourite.
Listening at home? He'll be listening from the venue, James, won't he? Is he participating today?
No, he's not, Trav. Unfortunately not.
That's a shame.
He's working this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's got his earphones in, listening to how everyone's getting on.
Yeah.
One of my favourite players to watch. Although he doesn't have the best darts necessarily, he's always smiling and always trying his best. We've got a supporter for Mike in the comments. I think this is SDC Tour debut.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Best of luck, Mike. I also don't recognise Dominic Niedenberger, so it makes me think it's his debut as well. I think it's also quite tough to have your debut on stream when you know that there's people watching.
Yep.
The stream is likely at the end of the day going to have around a few thousand viewers.
You know that friends and family will be tuning in to watch. Yeah, it's an exciting and nerve-wracking experience, I'd say, at the same time being on the stream.
Who's won that bill off? It looks like a very 50-50, but I think it is just the latter dart. So it looks like Mike Lotzer to throw first.
First leg is Mike to throw first. Game on.
We haven't seen too much of either of these 2 players in our warm-ups, have we? I don't think they were throwing at the same time as Marcel Walpen in the pre-game.
I think though, stepping up and you hit a 21st dart, you're not going to be too disappointed.
Yeah, keeps it nice and high and fat. 3 straight darts.
100
Impressive,
scores.
yeah.
Good darts, Mike.
Very good start.
That's unlucky. I'd almost argue it's a better dart than what Mike threw, but it's
124.
Wow,
great dart from both of these players. Good dart from Dominic there as well. A lot of games as well poised at the moment at 2-2. Joel Brighton-Moser showing his mental prowess coming through that one after going 2-0 down to Sasha Stauffer. Sven Hoffman winning as well with 46 average. So he's on great form as well, by the looks of things. Frida Lang, one of my favourite players to watch.
Favourite, yeah.
27.
What's your first impression of the 2 throws here, James? What's your appraisal or your criticism of either of the 2 men?
From what I've seen, I think both players actually are very steady
60.
darts players. I think Mike's throw is a bit more snatchy and a bit more jerky. I think if I had a choice of which throw I'd rather, I'd take Dominic's just because he's got that straight arm.
Mm-hmm.
But Dominic seems to be a little nervy. Since that 1-2-3 has been spraying left and right. And I think Mike seems a little bit more composed, maybe a bit more experienced. Looks like the slightly older player of the 2 gentlemen.
I agree with that comment. There's a throw that Mike's reminds me of, and I don't know if you see any of the Andrew Gilding throw in Mike Lotzer. It's the presentation of the darts, I think, as much as anything.
Holding it first in front of him.
Yeah, it's that very methodical presentation and then pull back of the darts. As Dominic looks to start on 19s this time. Hopefully not having the same fate as Robin Hewson when he was starting on the 19s.
I do always worry when a player goes down to 19s that soon because it makes me think that they're lacking confidence.
Don't forget, he started with 1, 2, 3. He started with 2 treble 20s in his first visit.
There are bound to be some stray darts when you're playing in an occasion like this for the first time, but I wouldn't go down to 19s that early on. Especially then to go straight back upstairs the following visit. It's a bit...
It's an awful lot like Robin Houston. He almost didn't quite know where his comfort zone was. He didn't know what his strategy was. Which in a game of darts, you've got to try and eliminate all that thought in the back of your mind, haven't you?
I think this game will be down to doubles.
I think so too.
A tops there for Mike. Yep. I don't know if he'll be apologising for that one. I know when we play darts against each other, when you hit tops every match, never an apology coming my way, but it's only because there's not too many legs in under your ledger of your name.
You don't apologise for good darts. I'm sure Dominic won't be apologising for that treble 20 either. Trying to get himself back in the leg.
82.
Could he not have stayed there on treble 20? It looked a perfect guide.
It did look a bit like it was hanging out. Disappointed though he didn't leave the fish. We're still yet to see the big fish on stream.
We do like seeing some shirking of the fish though, don't we? Perhaps Dominic didn't quite get his maths in check there, but at this point it'll just be about putting the pressure on.
We'll see if Mike takes out 116, then maybe he would have felt like he could have gone for it, but good last start.
Very good last start. Needed that.
Although my only thing with going to the 18s there is he's now still over 100 and he still has to hit 3.
Yeah, he does.
He needs
treble, single, double combo. Yeah. You'd certainly prefer 54 points to 20 though.
Don't know what that
very broke treble 13, yeah.
To be honest, it'll take quite a lot out of the score though. And that's not going to leave a finish because that's an even number. So what have we left on here? I think it's 23 or 33. 33. Can Dominic treat us to a 10 plus checkout? Unfortunately not. But can he leave it handy?
Yeah, should go 17s here. Ooh, okay.
It's left 80.
He's really gifting opportunities to Mike Lotzer here. 80 was possibly our most checked checkout in the previous weekend of SDC darts.
So for my thinking here from Mike is
down the board.
I'd always aim for 17 here, purely because 17 leaves you on double 8, and if you go slightly left, you've hit 3 and you've left a double anyway. And now he's stuck on double 3, and I would argue that Dominic is favourite, especially after that treble 20. Can he find double 10 for an 80 checkout in his opening leg? Yes, he can. Great darts from Dominic Niedenberger there.
Yeah, a real leg of extremes from Dominic. He began with a 1, 2, 3. He checked out 80. I mean, that's 200 points in 5 darts with his first and last visit.
And then I think it's crazy how he's averaging 56.
Everything in between was all a little bit nervous, would you say? A little bit ropey, a little bit twitchy.
It was very nervy, but at least he's got the leg now, so hopefully he can push on and utilise that confidence.
Yeah.
There we see an 85. Some comments in the live stream appreciating the checkout.
Another tops from Mike Lotzer.
Yeah, I don't think Dominic will care too much if he's at 85, but it can kind of grate on you when people are hitting tops and you can't quite find your scores. Oh, he's trying to replicate it. Great adjustment.
Yeah. I can tell you this firsthand, James. When I go high on the board, which my throw is quite conducive to doing, it really does focus your attention on the next dart, and it is surprising how often you can make that adjustment from a really wild dart out the top of the board or in tops to finding the treble segment.
Another ton there from Mike. We've seen 2 now so far. So he's got the ability in his locker. I think it's quite nice to see him find that first dart. Yeah. His first dart's been very high apart from that.
96.
96, okay.
Yeah, he'll take it. The first dart treble was plumb in the middle of the bed. You thought this has got potential, but
I don't know if it was a deliberate 16 to kind of knock off the 6, but quite rogue.
I'm guessing not, James. I don't think that'd be a deliberate switch to 16s.
60.
I think both players are quite steady darts players. I know the average isn't suggesting it, but I think they're both just a bit nervous. Is what's coming to me. Both using very ribbed darts as well.
They are, yeah. I wonder. I was about to make this comment on Dominic's throw previously. It's quite a slow throw, isn't it? There's not an awful lot of power behind either of the two men's throws, and I wonder if, when you're nervous and your arm's shaking a little bit and your throw isn't that powerful, I don't know, is it more conducive to going up and down and left and right when you haven't got the, I don't know, the real
97.
venom in your backswing or your follow through?
Trav, your throw goes quite a lot up and down, left and right, but you have a lot of venom in the back throw, so I'm not 100% sure. No reply to that comment. Okay.
43.
Just wanted to stay straight there. Would have left to 130. Bit of a shame.
Who's your favourite for the leg?
I think Mike. I think Mike has looked the better player this leg. The only thing is, how will Mike fare on the doubles? Is obviously his dart at double six was very wild in the last leg. And now when it gets to the clutch point at the end of the leg, that's where you just need to put on the pressure.
Of course, he missed two big numbers as well to set up that double six. So
yeah, indeed.
Hasn't shown too much composure at the end of these legs. Dominic's 80 check out.
Okay.
Back to the 16s, okay.
I can't work out yet if the 16s is a deliberate dart or not, because he does go over there a hell of a lot, but I don't know if that's just a wild dart at 9.
27. Dominic, you require 73.
2 poor scoring visits in a row, handing back the advantage to Dominic. Let's see, can we have another 3 dart combi?
Is that treble 11 for tops? Not sure about that one.
Okay.
Big 19 though, will leave tops. Ooh, double one.
Yeah.
What does he do?
Got to be aggressive at this. Got to be aggressive.
71.
Don't leave it outside.
No.
Don't leave it outside, Dominic. I'd say Mike is favourite for the leg now.
I would as well, yeah.
1 dart at treble 19. Oh, Mike doesn't know his combinations. 19s, Mike. 19s.
Wayne Mardle sat next to me is furious.
92. Dominic, you require 2. No score. Mike, you require 34.
Hasn't achieved his aim. So Mike to equalise the game and break back. On a less than perfect double himself.
Going straight for it. And that's the problem, leaving double 17. Especially with your opponent on double 1, I would have looked to leave a nicer double.
No
flare bust there for Mike. Treating the fans, all 54 of you in the live stream.
I'm going to make a comment here, James. I think this leg has got some life left in it. I think this has got some darts to be thrown, this one.
No score.
I was hoping that I was going to say commentator's curse there. But
I think I'd still rather be Mike in this position. You really don't want to be on double 1 when you're, feeling a little bit nervous, feeling a little bit under pressure.
Wow, okay. Great dart from Mike Lotzer there.
Mike to throw first.
$25 leg, not horrendous. I mean, both players have actually looked very steady on the doubles. I know, obviously, we had a lot of misses there from Dominic, but they were well thrown darts. Like, I've played in a SDC Tour event before, where my first game in SDC Tour event 4 was the darts were so wild, and you just feel like you can't find a double and you've got no power. But these guys, you're not on double 19, Mike. Legs over.
I guess that comes back to the point we're making about when you're in that pressure situation, leave doubles that you're familiar with. Leave yourself nice doubles that have, the inside routes if you go inside. Leave 20s and 10s and 16s.
Yeah, obviously
you don't want to be leaving your 1s and 17s, do you, if you can avoid it?
Of course not. Dominic obviously unlucky there with the treble.
He was unlucky.
And I tell you what, I think he'll be feeling slightly unfortunate. We've had 2 tops from Mike and 1 double 19 now in the scoring phases of legs, which it's not nice to see, is it? Really, especially when your opponent, when he's not throwing that horrendously as well. His darts have actually been pretty solid, I would say.
But you could make the same argument, James. I mean, Dominic's hit a treble 16, a single 16. I'd say they're ropey darts away from the 19s, which was his intended target. He's had his own little slice of fortune.
Very true. My only comment on the treble 16 is I don't know if it was deliberate. I think it might have been. I think Dominic just loves the 16 segment.
Well, let's find out. 60. We might have another 3 legs to play here. Certainly wouldn't bet against this game going all the way.
Now that it's a very interesting position in the game, I'm going to ask for your prediction of who you think is going to come through it.
81.
I'm going to predict Dominic wins the game. 3-2 in a last leg decider. It'll break in the last leg.
I'm going to predict Mike Lotzer wins. Best of luck, Trav.
Yep, you too.
Shaking hands here. I know you guys can't see it, but I just think Mike Lotzer's darts, just as soon as he finds one treble, he's going to be ruthless.
45.
Okay, Mike, come on.
If you're basing your throw on Andrew Gilding, I'm not sure that's a model for success that I want to follow. I like the backwards cap of Dominic. I'm the youthful and trendy one amongst us, James, so I'll back my man.
You're only 2 years younger.
46.
Very 50-50 leg right now.
You can't call it, really.
Neither player's really dominated the scoring phase, have they?
One player just kind of needs to take a hold of this game and go,
81.
Good dart.
is that it there,
Yeah.
Mike? Very casual appearance as well of
Yeah.
Dominic here.
Yeah.
Hollister shirt on, backwards cap,
It's as though he's just playing in his,
cargos as well.
yeah, playing in his local youth club, local sports club.
Felix shirts with a great game as well on board 5, beating Christian Pellegrin 3-0 with a 79 average.
Very good standard of darts.
Oh, unfortunate there for
Ooh,
Mike
yeah.
Lotzer.
Not touching the board. Ooh, okay. The big fish was on my radar here, James, with 3 big numbers, but Dominic
50.
cannot provide that.
Seeing lots of doubles hits here.
Lots of doubles. I like that.
Looking for 719s, obviously to leave double 16, but now decides to go back upstairs and then back
77.
downstairs. Stay
Okay.
there, Mike. Ronnie Liu might be feeling slightly aggrieved, averaging
56.
70, 15 points ahead of his opponent, but
Mikey
into a last leg
required.
decider. You can see him there, obviously, in the background. Mr. Liu.
Very consistent player, Ronnie Lee.
Oh, hello,
Okay.
Mike Lotzer. Let's see if he's got lots of composure.
68.
Oh,
That'll be a no.
123.
can we see a 1-2-3 check out to break?
But as we say, he's gone inside and still leaves himself double 10.
47.
Can't find a treble, so
Mikey required.
if I'm Mike, I'm
20.
probably thinking I've got 6 darts. in
Yeah,
this,
I'm
but
thinking too. Let's leave yourself a nice marker on the outside. Something to work with. That's a brilliant dart to work with. Let's see. Can he slide it next to it?
goes the other
Well, he
side.
can, but
Oh, that's the bounce.
you could see the mark in the double.
Dominic required.
Unlucky there, Mike.
76.
But the dart is on the floor. And Dominic, stay straight and get a dart. Here we are, 56. Oh, he's
Ooh.
been in the 16 segment all game long,
26.
but when he needs it most,
Mikey
can't
required
find it.
20.
This is
possibly his
nervy.
friend in the background there with a little wry smile. Yeah, I think so. Maybe watching us on YouTube, watching the darts back. We'll be disappointed with that, Dominic. Be even
Goes
more
to the
disappointed if
side.
this double 5 gets hit.
Oh,
score.
Mike.
Careless from
Dominic
Mike.
required
I think you
40.
really think here that this is a must-win game for both players with Marcel Walpen in the group. Very nervy.
Big moments now. That's a wild dart at tops.
Game shot in the third.
Great
Dominic
adjustment.
Niederberger.
He's made that adjustment a few times today, hasn't he, on his length?
Game on.
Dominic Niedenberger here throwing for the match.
I'm going to say another player who Dominic's throw reminds me of, James. But
88.
before I do, is there anyone that comes to mind with your throw? Sorry, the throw of Dominic.
There is someone who I can't think of off the top of my head. I'm sure that he is going for treble 16, by the way. There's no
Jack.
way he's throwing at 8 there when he's going for 19 because he's too good of a player to be throwing at
45.
8.
The switch just makes no logical sense to go for 16s. And then when he needed big 16, he didn't hit big 16. I'm still firmly in the group of he's not meaning these switches.
60.
Going back to your question, who do I think his throw
Yeah.
reminds me of? There is someone, and I can't think of who it is. Who are
Would
you
you like me to
think?
give you a clue of my thoughts?
Yeah, go.
We watched this man playing the Senior World Championships quite recently.
You think Robert
He
Thornton?
played John Part in the first round in quite a low-quality affair. But his throw reminds me of John Part's opposition in that first round game.
Who did he play? I can't remember.
He played Ko Stompe.
No, it's definitely got none of Coast on.
I think there's quite a lot of resemblance to Ko Stompe.
It's nothing like Coast on.
Well, shoot me down. But if anyone out there wants to Google Ko Stompe's throw on YouTube, you're more than welcome. And you may see a little bit of resemblance
48
to Dominic Niederberger.
Next leg is really quite important for Mike Lotzer. He'll be coming back to the board thinking, I need a treble.
Oh, yeah. He's thrown 9 darts. He's got 120 points.
Is that treble the end of Mike Lotzer?
He's already 180 behind. On treble's the minimum ask here, really.
60.
Can't find it. 3 straight darts probably would have been enough throughout the majority of this game, but right now he'd say it's not.
Yeah.
He's just going to be praying for Dominic to spray a bit left and right.
But he hasn't.
57.
Goes to 17. Quite. His switches, I can't work it out what he's going for. Doesn't make sense to me. But I think he's too steady to be.
I'm surprised he didn't go
spraying
16s there, James, aren't you? Just to not leave a finish. Just throw a cat amongst the pigeons,
I
maybe.
think he knew he couldn't leave a finish if he hit 16, so he's thinking about it properly. Good thinking, Dominic.
158.
Well, he's firmly in control of this leg. He'll be thinking big numbers from here.
24.
Make your life as easy as possible, Dominic. 3 big numbers.
Could we see our first Dutch winner today? Reino Wolveren is 2-1 up on Mirko Milic on board 16 currently.
Mirko Milic, a name that we're hearing an awful lot in 2023. He's been a regular participant, hasn't he? Mirko Milic.
Great darts there from Mike Lotzer, just as he needed it.
Yeah.
Leaves
169.
169, sorry. Oh, no finish there. So Dominic's got to be thinking 1 treble here, set it up.
Stay straight.
43.
Doesn't.
Mike's got a chance here.
He's just taking his eye off the ball here a little bit, Dominic. 3 poor visits in a row that's allowed Mike all of a sudden to, potentially even up the scores here with 1 big treble. At one point, he was 180 behind in this leg.
Needs the treble, really.
59.
Now scores are pretty much level. Dominic favourite. But Mike showing more composure. 89 remaining. Leaves double 16. That's a brilliant dart. To wrap up the game.
75.
Ooh. Well thrown dart, unlucky.
The most ruthless man on the 16 segment can't hit the 16s.
He'll be back in his favourite corner of the world next time, though. If Mike can't find a treble and double here, which he can't. Might look at 18s.
Horrible position to be in now for Mike, knowing that he's just got to hope for a miss.
58.
Yeah.
Leaves it relatively handy when he comes back, but let's see.
So.
No
Oh, no!
Dominic.
52.
What are you doing, Dominic?
Let's see what Mike has got in his locker here. Can he take out 52?
Is that a case of finish line-itis?
Oh,
no! Is this Frida Lang on live stream?
16.
Oh, dear. Will he be made to pay?
Good guide there.
Yeah. Just put the previous 3 out of your mind, Dominic.
8.
Doesn't go.
52.
If I'm Mike here, I'm going a different route.
Yeah,
I'm going 12
I'm going
or 16.
I'm going 12 all day long here.
I like 16 for double 18 here. He's listened. He's gone 12 for tops. Just above.
Yeah. Can he bring it down?
12.
Ooh, unlucky.
Not poorly thrown darts.
Dominic, you
See the
require
frustration in his face there. Knows that Dominic won't miss too many more opportunities. That's a good guide.
Wouldn't say it's a guide,
Is it
but
something to work
the
with?
area. Oh, on the wire.
Mike, you
On the
require
time.
40.
On the time where?
So Mike, in true Andrew Gilding fashion, composes himself. The double 10.
Game short in the
There
fourth.
it
Finds
is.
double 10.
Lotzi.
It's been hit twice in 4 legs.
I think it deserved
I
the
think to
last.
decide it. I do too, James. Yeah, I don't think there's enough to warrant a 3-1 victory for Dominic in this game.
Thomas Stouch in the comment. It's a very, very strong Mike Lotzer fan.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, this has got to be painful for Dominic. Mike checks out and now finding the trebles.
Ooh. I wonder how both players will be feeling emotionally. Obviously, they've played 4 legs of darts now. They've had the chance to settle into the game a little bit. Do you then get another sort of spike of adrenaline when it's a deciding leg, when you know the pressure is all on, you know, the next 12, the next 15 darts that are going to be thrown?
I get quite nervous when I play darts, like regardless of when it's a tournament of this magnitude and you step up to the oche, all you want and you're praying for is that first dart to be in the treble. If your first dart's in the treble, you seem to calm down a little bit. And I think here, if you're Dominic, you're just frustrated, and I think you just almost sometimes you try too hard to find a treble once you've gone behind. But both players sat exactly on the same score after this many darts.
Marcel Walpen getting a little rub down in the background there. Might not need to be too loose to overcome these two gentlemen. But either way, a victory for either player will certainly keep their chances well and truly alive in this group.
You would think that the winner of this game would be the player.
Yeah, you would
come through in second place.
You would.
55.
So but Robin Newson could be better performances from him yet to come.
Very true. Every dart here is so important for these two players.
Absolutely. He's using those boom flights, isn't he, James? Wonder if there'll be a big booming celebration if he checks this deciding leg.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
They both seem men of composure, don't they? But wonder if there'll be a release of emotion for either one.
81.
Whoever wins this one is got to be quite proud of themselves. Cracking game of darts, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know it's not the highest average. I know we've seen missed doubles, but it's about winning these tight games and showing that courage, which I would say that Mike Lotzer with that 1-2-3 really did show that he's got the composure.
I think your comment right at the start of the game, James, is holding true. Both are capable darts players. I'd say both are good quality darts players. They've both shown, patches of quality amongst patches of nerves, patches of inconsistency as well. But 41. I think with more practice, both of these guys have, good fundamentals to work with and be, good players in these tournaments.
Important visit here for Mike Lotzer.
Yeah. Let's see. The treble's just slightly deserting him.
85.
Important last treble.
Well, James, is it as 50-50 as it certainly is in my mind? Who's the favourite?
I would say Mike.
32.
Shown more composure.
Yeah, he has shown more composure on this kind of range.
I think my prediction is both players will get darts at doubles.
Oh, they certainly will. They certainly will.
Divi Gaming, yes, you can wear a cap when playing in the SDC. Number 1 seed Jochen Graudenz, regularly known for wearing a cap. And I think I can see him scoring in the background with a cap on.
His fortunes are actually regularly decided by that cap, aren't they?
Oh, indeed.
The myth of the SDC, Graudenz' cap. So Dominic. May look at outer ball here or stay on the 20s. Oh, okay.
It was a good guy, just a straight dart.
Yeah.
Huge moment in the match here. Both players, I wonder if either will get darts at double in this position.
Let's see, we zoom in on treble, and there it is.
Finds
6 or 10. Make sure of it.
He looks like he's going for 14s here. He's thinking. He's been quite good on 10s and tops, I think. I'll go down that right side, but does.
Yeah.
Leaves double 18.
Good board management there.
Great check out from
Mike
Lotzer.
Wow. We began the game with an 80 checkout, and we've now seen a 106 to wrap up the game for Mike Lotzer. Brilliant performance in the end. Coming through 3-2.
My prediction was correct, Trav. Mike Lotzer.
Well done, James.
Slightly too much composure for Dominic. He was unlucky today, I think. He'll be disappointed. Hopefully he can show a bit more now and loosen up in his next couple of games, but I think you've got to be hurting there. It must have been a 7 or so darts of double miss there. Unfortunate one. But, of course, both players will have games to come. Marcel Walpen is up next against one of the two gentlemen. And then we see the return of Robin Hewson against the other player. We don't have the exact order of play because the players have changed.
You'd be playing Mike Loxer next, I believe.
Okay.
Marcel Walpen. Well, let's see.
I think it seems like it could 180 there on stream. Casual. You like it, Marcel? No, we look like he's playing Dominic Niedenberger next. Must be a painful one when you lose a game 3-2 to then have to come straight back onto stream and play Marcel Walpen. Anyway, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but we'll be back shortly to preview this game and watch the action unfold. Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 from Basel. Marcel Walpen won his first game against Robin Hewson, 3-0. Dominic Niedenberger, who you can see throwing now, was unfortunate to come up against Mike Lotzer, who showed great composure in the last game to win 3-2. Dominic unfortunately missing several darts at double to win the game,
100.
but starts off a ton here against Marcel Walpen. I think he might need a few more of those if he's going to come through this one. But let's see. Looking around the other boards, I will update you on how everything's going. Can obviously see it on Darts Connect, but let's have a look. So Jochen Graudenz won his first game, 3-0. Marcel Walpen, obviously, we've been covering that one on the streaming board.
90.
Sven Hoffman coming through 2 games, 3-0 as well. Felix Schertz winning his opener in that same group. Ivo Fura comes through with an 82 average against Ronnie Liu, who averaged 76. But Ronnie looking to still finish second in that group. Frida Lang with some great darts so far, winning 2 games 3-0 and 3-1 respectively. Very steady start here from Dominic. Loris Schaub, junior champion, coming through with his first game 3-0 against the seeded player in Patrick Ray. Marcel Walpen looks to fill the bed.
108.
Does fill the bed.
The scene, I arrived to a filling of the bed.
I know. Stefan Bellmont won his opener against Daniel Gartha 3-0. Stefan Hackler on great form so far, coming through 3-0.
95.
Zivanovic winning his opening game. Same with Camacho, Yuri Barth and Joel Breitenmoser. Mark Bichel coming through 3-1. And Daniel von Ullmann winning 3-0.
60.
And Dutch player in the last group, Renaud Walvaren, also winning his game with seeded player Zaki Juli losing to Thomas Eichmann. We obviously saw Marcel Walpen with a 90-plus average in the first game. Looks to start with a 13-dart leg here. He used the dart just on the wire.
Ooh.
20.
Okay. Dominic got a sniff here. He's obviously hit treble in 3 or 4 of the visits.
His scoring has obviously been a lot stronger in this contest than the previous one we saw. Let's see. Might look at bull or treble 14. Ooh, unlucky. Unlucky.
Not a huge fan of the route with 2 darts in hand, but obviously playing Marcel Walpen on stream, you wanna do something flair to give a little bit of a booyah.
Just needs to compose himself, eh? You know, by no means a guarantee that Walpen will come back and clean this up.
78.
Great composure.
Great setup there, leaves double 16. What does Marcel Walpen have in the locker?
Okay, on to 5s.
He obviously hit this to win SDC Tour event 8 and hits it again there to take the opening leg against Dominic Niedenberger there.
Takes a deep breath there, Dominic. Maybe knew that might have been his one best chance of a leg in this game, perhaps. Obviously on his own throw, of course.
100.
May not be gifted the same opportunities on the Walpen throw.
No, I don't think so. I think this now is looking like it could be 3-0.
48.
Again, switches to that 16-8 segment.
I'm sure, Trav, he's going for treble 16.
140.
Maybe we can ask him afterwards.
I know.
Maybe we can find out what his thinking is behind that switch.
Good ton 40 there from Marcel Walpen.
Yeah.
47.
Can't work out where the switch is going. It is very, very strange.
55.
I think that's a 95 there from Marcel. No, 55. Doesn't leave a finish. If you guys have any questions or anything you want us to talk about while on stream, please do leave it in the comment section below. More than happy to answer anything that you want. Stefan Bellmont obviously getting his second game underway and seeming very solid. 2-0 up on Cyril Pulvermüller. The left-handed giant came up against you, Trav, as well.
He did, yeah.
And he needed a couple of combination finishes to
he did.
Take care of you. But
speaking of combination finishes, we've already seen fair share in these games today, haven't we? I mean, 2 nice little combos in that Niederberger game versus Mike Holtz.
A 1-2-1, a 106 and 80.
80, yeah.
You always tell me, Trav, no one checks 80. I'll tell you who does. Dominic Niedenberger does.
Players in the SDC just love checking 80. I don't know why. PDC players can't check 80. SDC players, gobble gobble. As Marcel Walpen looks at double 16 to extend his lead. Ooh,
Marcel, you might want to ask our good friend there,
Mike Lotz. Yeah,
Mike Lotz. Yeah. Get Mike Lotzer back. Oh, hello.
140.
Ooh. A nice moment for Niederberger there. Doesn't leave a finish. And doesn't really apply the pressure as Walpen checks. First dart in hand.
Good darts there from Marcel Walpen. Dominic Niedenberger actually playing pretty good darts himself.
Yeah.
68 average.
The scoring's been very steady, hasn't it? Very consistent. significantly fewer spray
100.
darts than his previous game.
I think because there's no pressure. I think it makes such a difference. Be proud of how he's throwing at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's playing
45.
well. That threshold of averaging near the sort of 70 mark, it's difficult to achieve, isn't it? It's difficult to maintain. I know he's not getting darts at doubles, so it's
41.
slightly inflationary, but he can be proud of his scoring so far in the first two legs here.
What do you, obviously Marcel Walpen is the cello,
60.
Stefan Bellmont belly, Jochen Graudenz the answer. Dominic Niedenberger, what have you got for us, Trav?
The barbecue.
41.
Okay, quite a rogue one.
I couldn't say the breakfast, could I?
No.
That's reserved for Maurizio Castrovinci, I think.
No, he's obviously the Sicilian, as he's told us many a time before.
57.
Markin Helder, obviously the calculator.
Or the spider, as some people like to call him.
Matt Travis, the admiral.
11.
Speaking of darts nicknames, we've not seen David Zing here.
We haven't. No, David Zing, no. That did make me tickle in the YouTube
59.
comments that week when David was on our streaming board.
Can't hit a thing Zing. Yeah.
Can't hit a thing, Zing.
Can't hit a thing Zing actually qualified out of that group, so he clearly could hit a thing.
100.
Good dart,
Yeah.
Dominic.
Yeah.
No, not a great leg from Marcel Walpen, but to be 80 points ahead of Marcel Walpen in any leg is a proud achievement.
42.
You might have 9 darts from here. Should get a dart at double if he can stay straight.
60.
Does
He
stay
does,
straight.
Yeah. So, advantage Niederberger in this leg, you'd say?
Agreed. Obviously, up next we have Mike Lotzer against Robin Newson.
We do.
Robin Newson needs to win to stay in. And if Mike Lotzer wins, Mike will progress
44.
second in this group. Few spray darts here from Marcel Walpen.
You require
So we will have he'll have 6 from 148.
Whoa.
Will he need 6, Trav?
Whoa.
Will he need 6, Trav?
120.
Oh.
I don't know what the cameraman was doing, but wasn't close to double 14 in the end.
The calculator can't calculate what he's on. Come on, Mark.
122.
That was a brilliant effort though by Dominic.
Dominic, you require
It was
28.
indeed. 72 is not a gimme for Marcel Walpen as well, so might have a few at this. Oh, double
no.
3.
That's an unfortunate
Oh,
nudge. Oh, no.
Marcel, you require
No, he just seemed to rush
72.
that dart, didn't he?
Done that a couple of times now.
Single, yeah.
You're only getting 1 dart here. Crazy result on board 10. Alex Ivanovic losing 3-0.
Game shot and the match.
Not a crazy
Marcel
result here
Walpen.
as Marcel Walpen wins 3-0. Unfortunate for Dominic Niedenberger, as I'd say he had quite a good game, but a 66 average is not enough to pick up a leg on Marcel Walpen.
I hope he doesn't rue his missed 3 darts at double there in that last leg. The first dart was well thrown at double 14. Second one looked to have took a little bit of a nudge into double 11. I hope he isn't thinking about that.
He has had
In his
darts
final
at double
performance.
in both games, so I think for him, his scoring he can be proud of. Getting darts at doubles in a leg against Marcel Walpen, and even having a chance at a combination finish in the first leg as well on his throw is something to be proud of, but those doubles need to be cleaned up.
They do, yeah.
Should see him back again for SDC Tour Event 18 tomorrow,
Fingers
though.
crossed.
So
Yeah, be nice to see some more of Dominic.
he will obviously have one last game against Robin Newson.
Yeah.
He could still go through, obviously, if Robin Newson does a job.
Yeah, he'll need the cards to fall his way, but in Basel Casino, anything's possible.
It is indeed. We'll be back shortly to preview the next game, which will be between Mike Lotzer and Robin Newson. Stay tuned. Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17, the penultimate of the regular season before the season finale. We're here with Mike Lotzer against Robin Newson for the fourth game of Group 2. Bull-off here currently taking place. It looks like it was won by Robin Newson. If Mike Lotzer is to win here, he will go through and win and come second, in the group before taking on Marcel Walpen in a decider to who takes top. If Robin Newson is to win, then it could go any way. It could be Robin, Dominic, or Mike who go through. So let's see how the action unfolds here. Trav, what are your thoughts on the early games from around the board? Anyone really standing out to you as someone who's been top quality player?
58.
You mentioned Graudenz form coming into the tournament. I'd say he's had a fairly comfortable route through so far, hasn't he? 2 performances, well, one into the 80s, one in the high 70s. Rocco, of course, with a standout 3-0 victory there against Marvin Monstein, who also played admirably in defeat. Rocco's second performance did drop 30 points on his average, but I suppose Marcel Walpen's in a similar bracket of having had an average in the high 90s and then one in the 80s. But I'd say no big shock so far. Stefan Bellmont's probably slipped a little bit under the radar. I don't think he'll be too overwhelmed with his 2 opening victories, but victories nonetheless. And as we say in the group stages, it's just about getting through, isn't it, into the knockout rounds.
How do you think this game's going to go between Mike and Robin?
From what I've seen of both players, I suspect Mike will be the better player, the more consistent player.
15.
A little bit of an unknown quantity still, Robin. I didn't quite get a good gauge of where I think his true ability lies in that first game.
20.
But let's see. I'm going to predict Mike will win, but I wouldn't be totally surprised if Robin could grab 2 or maybe even 3 legs.
I think Mike will also win. Obviously using a pair of Martin Schindler darts, I think. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure they are.
Sorry to cut you off there, James. What do you think of Rocco's new hairstyle? Have you seen that in the background there?
No, I haven't.
I don't know if you noticed that earlier.
Seems to have grown it out a bit.
Yeah, I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing there.
41.
It's also very rare that we have 2 players in the same group with caps on. One with cap forward, one with cap back.
Yeah, a 2-cap group. That's unusual, isn't it? Maybe
but it could be the players capless going through.
Maybe all these caps are from
40.
the poker table, maybe, that they'll be playing on later. Maybe they're
or Jochen's dart shop. From
maybe.
What I saw on the back of his shirt, it said Jochen's dart shop. Maybe he owns a dart shop nowadays. So go and check that out. Probably likely to be online. I definitely will have a look after this.
I hope there's a whole series of caps and shirts available. We know Graudenz has a nice selection of darts shirts, don't we?
He does indeed. But looks like Mike has stolen the darts already here from Robin Newson. Will likely need a treble to get back in control of this leg, but not out of the realms of possibility.
23.
Unfortunate there. Don't know what I think of these flights. They do obviously make the darts stand up, but I always find throwing with different types of flights, the regular ones, that they don't fly through the air as nicely.
45.
That is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen double 5 being hit today.
Yeah.
32.
Now,
a real selection there from Robin. It's slightly awkward to watch, isn't it? You don't quite know what's running through his head right now.
I think Robin, though, we watched him in the warm-up, obviously,
yeah.
And his darts were a lot closer to the treble 20 than this. I know he's got a lot more in the locker.
40.
Obviously, a huge darts fan, so this will be very frustrating for him.
Yeah.
But I think he's got so much more in the locker. I think he's being really unfortunate here.
9.
He's got a decent, basis to work with as well. His throw doesn't look, the fundamentals of his throw are there to work with.
719's obviously leaving tops, but only finds the 5. But that will leave him on 78. So he'll come back for treble 18 and double 12 to take the opening leg.
71.
Unlucky there, 71.
78.
Looking not to apply a bit more pressure.
Does leave a finish though.
Just nice and high with that first dart. Oh, okay, slips it into tops. Not a big concern. Double 10.
Wouldn't want to go inside here, though.
Yeah, correct.
Robin,
Good
you require
professional miss.
154.
Very professional miss. Can Robin Newson surprise us here with a 2 treble double combo?
Looks to be starting with the double of that combo.
44.
2 straight darts there. Gives him a bit of a sniff next go if we don't see Mike clean up here. Mike was very composed on the doubles in the first game. Bit nervy here.
6.
Ooh, double 7's not the best leave, and you obviously didn't.
He looked to be moving around on the oche there, which, his first 2 darts weren't that close to double 10. I'd be surprised if any of that segment was blocked, but
20.
Big 16 there from Robin. You can see Dominic Niedenberger in the background there as well.
Approving the big 16 probably, shaking his head at that switch. So yeah, difficult double here for Mike, double 7.
Gave short in the first leg.
Brilliant composure. Yeah, he stacked it on top nicely there, didn't he?
Very solid composure there. Good dart from Mike Lotzer. That leg could have got out of hand quite quickly.
Yeah. Could very quickly have turned sour, you're right.
Mike Lotzer 2 legs away from his first knockout in the SDC, I believe.
41.
Teammate Thomas Stouch, I'm sure will be watching on at home.
Should you have a little roundup from a couple of the midway points in some of these group games?
Big game here on board 11 with Spaniard Bruno Gonzalez and Pascal Olderbolts in a last leg decider. I think the winner of that one will end up going through the group. Yeah. So very important leg there.
Fernando Migliori, we saw him come through his first game in nice style. I think he won that one 3-2, but really struggling in this second game.
So again, an important one because the winner of that game will go through the group.
I think so, yeah. Averaging 33.
Joel Brighton-Moser almost certainly qualified now out of that group.
Loris Schaub would probably be disappointed with that performance. Averaging in the 40s, both players in that game averaging in the 40s, but 2-0 up.
Loris Schaub will be thinking a win will get him through to the knockouts in his first knockouts, though, in the SDC. Both Dutch players currently struggling a bit. Michael Verhoeven and Reno Wolvraren are both 2-1 down.
25.
Reno with the significantly better average of the 2 players. Obviously, Felix Schertz and Sven Hoffman getting under the way to decide who will top Group 4.
Yeah, be a tasty little game, that one, won't it? Sven Hoffman averaging 80, but
60.
Losing the first leg.
Been quite impressed with Connor Steiger's performance so far. Very steady on the averages. Unfortunately, I think he did lose to Fried Lang 3-2.
Did he?
Just going to check that one now. Board 7.
I'd say Fried Lang would start that game as favourite.
3-1. He lost to Fried Lang. Fried Lang has improved significantly since I played him in SDC Tour Event 3 and always a strong favourite of mine. Very nice guy as well. It's not often when you lose a game of darts that someone's very gracious in defeat, and he always was. And he came back the following day and threw some great darts and has shown throughout all 17 events of how good he is now, consistently averaging in the 70s and consistently getting to latter stages in competitions.
It's a shame that in my mind, James, he'll always be remembered for that game against Lucas Dahlmann, where his composure somewhat let him down at 3-3. I think it was in the last 16 game where he obviously hit that treble 13 3 times in a row.
41.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously, that was his first ever quarterfinal, 3-0 against great player in Lucas Dahlmann, and just was a bit rusty.
Really did throw it away.
He did, yeah. This is some better darts here from Robin Newson. He's getting closer to those trebles. Finally finds a treble 20 there.
Although 200 points after 18 darts isn't quite what the doctor ordered,
76.
but
it's not, no, but it's a frustrating game, darts, and it can be, as you're aware and I'm aware, that it can go up and down very quickly.
11.
We can lose our throws in the space of 48 hours, can't we?
I know. Robin there just does look disappointed with himself, and he's not the only player that I've seen come onto the stream board and really struggle. I mean, we've seen some big names like Sarah Milkowski.
Yeah, I'm sure she won't mind us saying she really struggled, didn't she, in those games we saw?
Darts referee as well did have a bit of a struggle as well. He did obviously get through his group, but only one win of 6 games, someone who loves darts and is playing darts all the time. So I think almost a bit more pressure when you just love darts that much. And you can see from Robin's Twitter that he is just a huge darts fanatic.
Yeah, he was obviously really excited in the build-up to this, wasn't he? Posting about his adventures in Switzerland. There we are, Rocco Fulciniti again coming in the background. Can you admire that barnet, James?
It's grown out a bit.
Yeah.
The Italian stallion himself is showing off with not only his darts but with his hairstyles as well.
40.
Up next after this game, we will see a game between Mike Lotzer and Marcel Walpen before Robin Newson and Dominic Niedenberger will come back. Good 98 there to leave a finish for Robin Newson.
Some interesting setup play here from Mike on 81, choosing to stay on the 20s. That's okay. 76. Yeah. What do I know?
Good leave there.
Yeah, it leaves it in the end.
Not a good leave there. Leaves double 5. My maths is just as bad as yours, Mike.
30.
I dare say he might have plenty of opportunities at it, though. As cruel as that may sound.
Well,
decisions to make here.
This is probably the best sniff that Robin Newson's had in a leg so far. You'll be thinking 1 treble, 1 straight, and just give yourself a shot.
And then booyah the bullseye is what he'll be thinking.
Starting on 19s, though, is not the way to go. But 2 big 18s there does at least put a tiny bit of pressure on. Mike won't want to let this get out of hand and get too nervy later on.
Game shot in the second.
Doesn't. Great dart from Mike Lotzer.
Third leg is Robin to throw first.
Yeah, that could have turned awkward for him quite quickly there, couldn't it? In a game that means quite a lot to Mike Lotzer right now. Knows that a victory here would all but secure his place as
31.
The runner-up in this group.
Indeed.
And now I'll have 3 opportunities if he needs them to win 1 more leg.
Obviously mentioned darts nicknames in the last game for Dominic Niedenberger. You came up with the barbecue. What do we think of these 2 lads? Robin Newson, obviously we got the Fat Mantis is Robin Newson. Yeah. What do you think about Mike Lotzer? Lots of trebs. Bit too easy, that
26.
one.
Let me think about it, James. Mike Lotzer.
Maybe you could have money. Mike Money Lotzer, lots of money.
I'm not sure he'll be earning lots of money in the SDC from this performance.
He'll be earning
even
something.
Though there is plenty up for grabs.
If he wins his first knockout game, which looks like he's going to appear in, he will get some money. Steady darts. I mean, it's not the most appealing game of darts to watch this game. 44 average currently playing against 36.
50.
It's a frustrating game at times.
Yeah, it's a bit of a frustrating game to watch.
Yeah,
I dare say.
It is.
And both players watching this back will probably feel quite deflated watching this game, or quite frustrated, maybe is the right word, watching this game.
100.
Mike knows that he's just here to do a job, to wrap up the victory. Robin probably hasn't ever, found the gears that he'd like to move through. Struggled for his consistency, hasn't he, all throughout? But hopefully won't take too much disappointment into his last game and maybe his appearance tomorrow, which
23.
I'm sure he'll be here for the weekend, travelling all this way from the Netherlands. Wouldn't like to think he's just here for the one day.
I do think he's in quite a tough group. I mean, obviously, I know Mike is averaging 44 now, but I do think Mike and Dominic are very steady players. I would like to see Robin pick up a leg here in one of these games. I think it's a frustrating one when you travel all that way and you can't quite get it going. I mean, we've both had it in different scenarios. And then you've obviously got to think about your performance back. And then I'm sure he'll definitely end up watching this back.
Yeah.
I know you didn't end up watching your games back, but I can understand why on that one. Not too nice watching losses, is it? But Robin is a big darts fanatic, so I'm sure he'll watch it.
Go and speak to Robin Newson and you'll be able to find out, James. Mike Lotzer.
Going the Rob Crossway of starting on the odd numbered treble first on the combination, but unfortunately can't find it. But I think he will be 6 to 9 darts away from checking this out. May prove me wrong with a ball check here, but I'd love to be proved wrong.
Interesting game in progress there between Bernard Berger, another contender for the barbecue nickname, and Daniel Garter. Man we've talked a little bit about. Daniel Garter struggling there, averaging 46, 2-1 down. Be a shame if we don't see him in the knockout stages.
I know. I do think with Daniel Garter, it could be a few reasons as to why he's not playing too well. Maybe a lack of
alcohol-induced reasons, possibly.
Maybe a lack of practice for the big man.
Practice of which kind, James?
Darts practice. He's obviously been suspended recently from the SDC, but nice to have him back again. I think he's a lovely chap. Let's see. We not able to watch the double 15 here. I don't know what seems to have happened.
No score.
It's not been checked out, and from the look on his face,
may have left.
Oh, there we go. We got it back again. Unlucky there. Wants to leave a finish 29. Here. Don't think that does leave
166. I think James. Yeah,
I think that's 166 as well. But Mike Lotzer to secure his place in the knockouts, and he is in the last 32. He will face Marcel Walpen shortly to decide who will top that group. I think he'll have to do a bit more than a 46 average to do that, but
he'll be David against Goliath in that one.
Nice to see his debut in the SDC going very strongly, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Trav, any final thoughts before we go on a temporary break?
It's slightly disappointing that I suppose after 4 group stage games, we've already, I suppose, reached that conclusion of the group that Marcel Walpen and Mike Lotzer will be qualifying in the 1 and 2 spots. It'll be an interesting game between those two to see if Lotzer can grab a leg or maybe a little bit more to try and push Walpen in a way that he hasn't been pushed in these first 2 games.
See Robin Newson picking up a leg in the last game?
I'd like to see him pick up a leg, James. Yeah. Obviously, I don't think he's had a dart at double in his first 2 games as of yet. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see his approach to that final game. If he can, build on his first 2 performances, and maybe if we can even see a little booyah for his Twitter feed if he does win a leg, that'd be nice for him to shout about.
Yeah, I think in his final game, obviously coming up, I think he won't have the same pressure that he had in the first 2 games. Obviously, you turn up and you need to win your first 2 games, really, especially when you're not playing Marcel Walpen. Unfortunate to not get away how he'd like to, but obviously back tomorrow, and he's got another game now. That's the one perk, I think, of the SDC is having group format so that you get guaranteed 3 games of darts in a professional setting. Anyway, if you want to keep an up-to-date on all of the other games around the boards, you can check it out on Darts Connect. But we'll be back shortly for the penultimate game of the group between Marcel Walpen and Mike Lotzer to determine who will finish top of Group 2.
First leg is Marcel to throw first. Game on. $60. $37.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 here from Basel. We are with our penultimate group stage game between Marcel Walpen and Mike Lotzer. Both players winning their opening games. Marcel Walpen 3-0 and 3-0, with Mike Lotzer winning 3-2 and 3-0. I think strong favourite for the game is Marcel Walpen, 4-time SDC champion. We'll be hoping this weekend to make it 6. Mike Lotzer, a debutant who has started in the right way. Trav, how do you see this game going?
Yeah, I see this game going 3-0 in the way of Marcel Walpen. As much as I'd like to see Mike Lotzer get a leg or two, make this game interesting, I think Walpen's shown too much quality, hasn't he? I mean, that opening leg 12 dart from Marcel Walpen's really set the tone for the day for me. He's the man to beat. He's certainly the man to beat in this group. And I don't see Mike Lotzer delivering that knockout blow.
85.
Obviously, we saw earlier Robin Hewson unfortunately struggling to show his talent so far today, losing his opening games. We have, however, seen a Dutch player go through.
Brilliant.
In the deciding game between Reno Walvaren and
Zaki
Juli. Reno Walvaren comes through 3-2. Zaki Juli, the seed, going home before the knockouts have even begun.
Yeah, that's very unusual in SDC, isn't it? When obviously 2 people go through from groups of 4. Very unlikely that the seeds miss out.
Indeed.
41.
Just shows the standard of the group, though.
Of course, Felix Schertz coming through against Sven Hoffman, showing that the seeds don't always finish top of their group.
Lots of hanging with Walpen here in the opening leg. He certainly hasn't got blown away on the Walpen throw.
Will need a treble, potentially 2 here to put a bit of pressure on. That there in the background is Marcel Walpen's partner watching along. I know there are a few Mike Lotzer fans in the comments.
You just want those darts to fall into tops, don't you? They certainly have been falling that way for him in the last couple of legs of the previous games. Just a touch unlucky, just get nothing there from that one.
All those viewers watching at home, the knockouts will be streamed on this board later on. So stay on the stream to watch the last 32, last 16.
All of the knockout games, yeah. Hopefully getting underway at probably about 3 o'clock for the knockout stages.
I would guess so, yes.
30.
Just got one more group stage game to go after this.
We don't know who will be on streaming board. It is decided by the SDC panel behind the scenes. They like to have a look on who they think is going to be a close matchup and try and give you the best starting experience possible.
8 here for Marcel Walpen in the first leg.
78.
Ooh, unlucky.
Since the first leg, combination finishing hasn't quite been there for Marcel Walpen.
Yeah, I remember that game from SDC. I think it was SDC 15. Do you remember the game? Bellmont against Walpen, that last leg decider, when there was combis aplenty in that game.
I do. Cracking darts for
4
Bellmont.
ton plus checkouts in 11 legs. That's the standard that some of these gents at the top are capable of.
Can obviously watch all of these games back on YouTube. Check out the live section of the SDC Tour page, and you'll be able to see all of these games, including some great games and some not so great games. Obviously, you can see Sarah Milkowski's games back, and also the darts referee, if you're a big fan of either of theirs.
45.
Do they fall into the great games, James, or the not so great games?
Depends which one we're talking about.
Game shot in the first leg.
Finally, Marcel Walpen cleans up a 25 dart leg. We don't see too many of them from Marcel Walpen.
Yeah, Mike Lotzer probably a little bit frustrated there that he just didn't get a little bit closer. There was one point where there was only 100 points between the scores, lots of throwing.
41.
But yeah, allowed Walpen to miss 6 and still come back and get the first leg wrapped up.
We obviously mentioned earlier that Maurizio Castronovinci can't be with us today, but we do have Italian player Luigiano
140.
Gasperini
As Marcel Walpen fills the bed for this. Oh, sorry. No, he doesn't.
interrupting me
Bit
for some
carried away
nonsense chat. Shock. Luigino Gasperina is playing a game. If he wins the game, he's through. Another Italian player.
What was his name again, James?
You're going to make me try and say it for a third time? Have we got another 180 to call out?
Just didn't catch the Italian player, James.
60.
No. Luigino Gasperina is currently 1-0 down to Andreas Moser, and the winner of that game will go through in second place.
Well done. Stefan Bellmont averaging over 100 there in his final group game against Bernard Berger, the barbecue. Bellmont putting in an impressive tumblers average
60.
that are almost becoming commonplace these days in the SDC.
Indeed. The first one of the day, though.
First one of the day.
Good first start there for Marcel Walpen. Can't quite use it.
100.
One above and one below. Just hits the ton. Mike Lotzer will probably be needing to fill the bed here to get back in the leg. But now out of the realms of possibility.
What do you make of his little snood accessory, James? Do you like that around his neck?
36.
I know in Switzerland it can get quite cold in some of these big venues. So not surprising that he's gone for that approach. Personally, not a snood wearer myself. I know you are, Trav.
100.
But yeah, if they can help him get through the group, maybe you should wear one as well.
Me and Mike Lotzer both know a thing or two about wearing snoods and getting out of our group stage in SDC tournaments.
And both know a thing about playing Marcel Walpen as well.
85.
Oh,
And losing
Marcel
3-0 in
Walpen,
those encounters, yeah.
101.
Mike Lotzer's not lost 3-0 yet, Trav.
Well, he's 150 points behind on his own throw here.
I think it will have
With
to
a
be the next
lot of
leg.
work to do. Double 12.
89.
For the two. Ooh, just inside.
In the combination shots, Marcel Walpen has been hitting one treble every time.
He has,
just
yeah,
missing the double.
On this ton plus range, James, he's very much like yourself, that he always backs himself to get a dart. Always thinks he's going to be there at, at the double stage of these 100 to 130 kind of
55.
checks.
Yeah, I do think for
Marcel
players of
12.
that kind of 60 plus average range, you'd always be thinking that you're going to get a dart at double. As Marcel Walpen looks to clean up the second leg here.
Wouldn't want to go inside here and cause himself a few unnecessary troubles. Maybe just shifting across the hockey a little bit here. Oh,
6.
does go inside. By quite a long way as well for Mr. Walpen standards.
I do think with his darts, like he can, as we've said before, similar to kind of like a Christoph Ratajski, can stack above and below the dart. Obviously not ideal when going for sometimes some of the segments at the top of the board, but can be quite useful sometimes for the segments at the bottom of the board, like double three.
Yeah, if he misses on the bottom wire here, you wouldn't necessarily think it won't go.
Miss? Marcel Walpen doesn't miss.
Third leg is
Never heard of a Marcel Walpen miss. 2-0.
To be averaging 68, he must have been missing something, but
Missing big trebles.
it'll matter not.
Actually, no, that's a lie. He missed lots of double eight in the first leg, not missed trebles, apologies.
And he did miss one at
55.
12 and 2 at 6s as well. But
Yeah. Marcel Walpen
Matters
will
not.
be looking to enter the PDC circuit, I'm sure, next year. Markin Helder will be hoping. I don't know if he will be hoping that he stays in the SDC or goes to the PDC. Obviously, would bring a lot of clout to Swiss darts if either him or Stefan Bellmont were to
75.
qualify. But obviously, for you viewers at home, we obviously hope he continues to play in the SDC.
yeah,
Another big thing that we haven't mentioned yet is obviously on the zone over the weekend in the Euro Tour. Max
96.
Hopp mentioning he might be participating in the SDC next year. What are your thoughts on that?
he certainly teased the idea of it, didn't he, James?
Did indeed.
Be great to see a player of his quality, his magnitude, his stature come across to the SDC. We've obviously had some great players play at these events and influencers play at these events, but
60.
I guess the one thing SDC hasn't had yet is like that past professional or even that current professional in Max Hopp's case. He really would bring some extra clout and publicity and
100.
obvious quality to the events. Be nice to see him here.
Obviously, Jelle Claessen's another one who's been teased about playing in the SDC next year.
Yeah.
So a lot of
Presumably tour card dependent for both of those players, you would think.
You would think so, yeah. I mean, you'd think if they got the opportunity to play PDC darts, you would take it. I mean, the opportunities are much greater there. But The SDC, an up and coming establishment, and one of the best tours around, I would say. All hosted by some lovely fellas as well.
We
Mark
know
Lauren
that
and
plans in the next 24 months are really to expand the participation and expand the prize money. So already a decent wedge of money up for grabs at each of these tournaments. So if that is only to increase, you know, the temptations for these big names only grows, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And we look today at the likes of Robin Houston and the other Dutch participants taking part. There's an opportunity for you guys to take part as well at home. If you're watching this on YouTube, anyone can enter the SDC events and lots of prize money to be had. As mentioned earlier, the finale is coming up.
It is.
In the 18th of May, 10,000 Swiss francs on the line.
That'll be in the lovely town of Thun, won't it?
It is indeed in Thun. Myself and co-commentator Matt Travis will be taking part in the tournament. So it won't be on commentary, but you can hopefully watch some of our darts if we make it onto the live stream in the latter rounds. I think it could be a tough ask, as this game is also a tough ask for Mike Lotzer.
Yep. I'm going to say you get to that bull here. Ooh.
Sorry, do you want to say that one more
time? I'm going to say Marcel Walpen comes back and checks double 18 next time. That's what I was about to say.
Go on, Mike. Finish with a 180. Not a huge, obviously disappointing that he's obviously not won the game, but for Mike Lotzer, he will be through to the next round regardless. All those Mike Lotzer fans at home, keep an eye on Darts Connect. He might be on the live stream, but I'm assuming they'll try and get some other players involved.
Yeah. So to wrap up our group stage, it won't be wrapped up here. No, I was going to say to confirm our 1 and 2 spots in the group. But I'll have to wait.
Can Mike Lotzer break the Marcel Walpen throw here with a 1-2-3 out? He can't after
that's
that
unlucky, no finish. Good trebles though. Obviously hit the 2 treble 19s in the last start. I think he may have miscounted, thinking he was on the bullseye there.
I think he has miscounted because he's not on the bullseye.
I think he's left 26. Yeah, not the worst result. But here we are, Walpen back to for double 4 and confirms his place as winner of Group C, with Mike Lotzer qualifying in 2nd place, despite losing 3-0 there.
I know, Marcel Walpen looking at his average, doesn't look too impressed, but he's through regardless. 9 legs to himself, 0 for the opposition, as we expect from Marcel Walpen in the group stages. Be interesting to see how he gets on in the latter stages, and we'll bring you the draw for that later on. But we'll be back shortly for the final
game. Yeah.
Robin Houston and Dominic Niedenberger playing for pride in their first win in the SDC. We'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 here from Basel. It is the final group stage game between Robin Houston and Dominic Niedenberger. Both players here playing their last game of the day, both going home in third and fourth respectively, and both trying to pick up their first win. They'll be back tomorrow, hoping they can get through, but now just playing for pride. How do you see this game going, Trav, between cap forward and cap back? Oh, cap's been changed.
Wow. Got a right royal front off with these caps, haven't we? Why does he look like Jimi Hendrix now? I'm not... I predict that Dominic Niedenberger will have too much for Robin Houston here. Still quite confident in saying we haven't seen the best from Robin Houston.
45.
But I think on the balance of the legs that both men have played, Dominic will come through and win this game.
Yeah, my one thought on Robin Houston's throw when he comes back is you listen to a lot of the professionals and they tend to say that when you throw a dart, 47. You should throw it towards your eye line so you can see down the line of the dart. If you watch his pullback, he pulls it below his chin, which is obviously allowing for a lot more spray. And it doesn't give much accuracy. Like his arm is below a right angle as well.
Forearm seems to bend as well, doesn't it? To sort of go below his chin. One comment I'd make on Dominic's front forward hat, I almost think his 43. Hand is almost brushing, or the flight is brushing the top of his hat.
I agree.
It sounds silly to say his hat should be back on backwards, but it almost looks as though there's some interference there.
21.
Yeah, I stand by my point on Robin's throw. I think his arm is not at a right angle, which is what you need, really. And you can see it here from Dominic.
Yeah.
A much more clean action.
Yeah. It's much more textbook, isn't it?
19.
The arm's coming through in a much straighter line than the lines of Robin.
Obviously, today is the day of the Grand National,
20.
Trav, as a horse racing fan. Do you think there's more chance of an outsider winning the Grand National in a field of 40 or an outsider winning one of the SDC Tour events?
Interesting question. Your favourites in the SDC are obviously much stronger favourites than your favourites in the horse racing. It's a wider field of more equally capable / talented horses. Whereas maybe in the SDC, there's a bit of a gulf between the top four and the rest of the field. Good question nonetheless, though, James. But I don't see an outsider winning today in the SDC Tour Event 17.
45.
In the National, it's anyone's guess.
Been a few outsiders that could cause a bit of problems. I mean, the likes of Ronnie Liu today, not averaging less than 65 in his group and finishing second. I mean, if he throws that at the right time against one of the big dogs.
Could Frida Lang have a big run today? I mean, not someone that we'd generally talk about to get beyond the sort of quarterfinal stage, but if he's there in the final few furlongs, who knows?
Just feel like he's got 70s in his locker. He's not got anything more than 70s. That's my thing on Frida Lang. I don't think he's got 80s, which we know that the big dogs do have. But as we said, if you do it at the right time,
48.
80 plus, I suppose, with your likes of your very top players.
Indeed. Stefan Bellmont as well, coming through all three of his games. Quite a wide range of averages.
Yeah, big spread.
A 66 average to go along with his 102.
Wish I could put my average up by 40 points like that.
Yeah, another player that we've not really mentioned much about today, Stefan Heckler. Going under the radar, but winning all three games very convincingly, even having a 78 average.
You asked me, is he even in the venue earlier, James? I mean, he's very much in the venue. He's very much in the last 32. Topping that Group I.
Cagey opening leg here, but a chance for Robin Houston as well if he can put in a good score here. Let's put a bit of pressure on. The wild 54. Dart there, but I don't think he'll be too
He'll take the points. He'll take the 50 points there.
Smiley Jochen Graudenz in the background as well. He'll be quite happy. Wearing a sleeve on his left arm.
Double top. Here we go.
78.
Ooh, unlucky.
Robin, you require 100.
Generally, players don't tend to start on the 18s on that route, but
there's a chance here.
They don't start on the 20s on this route either, but
79.
Lets himself down with the second and third dart there. You
Dominic, you require 40.
really sort of have to question what What's he going for there?
He's going for treble 12, treble 4 for Bull. Was
Shot in the first leg.
Dominic Niedenberger there tidies up in his second dart.
Robin to throw first.
Goes 1-0 up against
Game on.
Robin Newson. Still no darts at double for Robin.
No, that was his best opportunity. 1-2-2. He got the first treble in.
One thing that I am surprised about with
15.
Robert Newson is obviously as a big darts fanatic, as we can see on his social media page, that he's not aware of the routes to go on the different checkouts. Because there's no way there he could have been going for a 12 and Bull.
Yeah. It is
51.
odd, isn't it? Because you don't have to be talented at darts, I suppose, to know the principles of the game, to know the routes, the recommended routes for the game. Is an interesting
12.
point you make, James.
See, while this game's going on, any surprises in the outside groups that you've seen today?
There's a couple of little surprises, isn't there? I suppose Mirko Maluch was our first surprise, our first seeded player not to be going through.
You mean Zaki Juli?
Oh, sorry, Jackie Julie. Sorry, of course.
Mirko Maluch not seeded today.
Sorry. Jackie Julie, our first seed that won't be qualifying.
22.
Unfortunately, with Zaki Juli, he did beat Mirko Maluch, as you mentioned
Yep.
earlier, but Thomas Eichmann and Dutch player Reno Walvaren.
Daniel van Olmen was a little bit of a surprise as well, losing that game to Andreas
45.
Moser. So I think Moser might even be topping that group. Or possibly one leg shy of topping that group. On count back,
33.
we'll have to see.
Yes, I think Daniel van Olmen on legs will top that group.
might just sneak through in top. Fernando Migliori won't be qualifying from Group M, which was a slightly difficult group on
86.
first glance, wasn't it? Joel Brighton-Moser, obviously a few question marks about how his form would play out. I don't think he's played his best Spears today, has he?
No, it looks like Sasha Stauffer is going to qualify out of that group on countback, only winning one game, but the two legs that he picked up against Joel Brighton-Moser seem to have done enough to get him to qualify. Group L still all to play for as well.
Yeah, good game there
43.
between Roman Rudin, the seed in that group, of course, and Rock Bahor, who has been seeded previously. Yuri Barth, of course, obviously a good player himself. So yeah, three talented players in that
43.
group, and
Not often you see all four
Hans
players.
Beta maybe just making up the numbers, but
No, because he beat Yuri Barth. All four players winning a game in Group L so far in the four games that have been played.
I saw the 47 average, James, and I forgot to look at the
76.
score.
Luis Camacho losing to Bruno Gonzalez. Bruno Gonzalez will be praying for a Yannick Ludi upset here
17.
against Pascal Olderbolts to qualify.
Of course, how can we not talk about Alexander Zavanovic? Our number 10 seed won't be going through to the last 32. He's usually so reliable, isn't he, to feature in that knockout stage and
60.
even take legs off some of the big players. He's taken legs off Graudenz, he's taken legs off Walpen,
Yeah, regular quarter-finalist, but
but he only picked up 3 legs all day in the group stages.
going back to the game here,
26.
much stronger leg here from Dominic Niedenberger, leading
Yeah.
double after 21 darts, and should have time on his side here.
Ooh,
Ooh.
decisions to make here.
No score.
Okay,
Choose to
wisely
bust it.
chooses to bust. Yeah,
I also agree, wisely.
yeah. Knows realistically that Robin's, not within 6 darts or 9 darts from this checkout. So
87.
Good last dart though
Dominic
for Robin.
require 40.
Does take a chunk out of the score. Ooh, that looks a bit
maybe
of a
lying
blocker.
slightly
Game short in
awkwardly.
the
Yeah.
second
Oh
leg.
no, what do
Dominic
we know?
Niedenberger.
Break a
Third leg
throw,
was Dominic to throw
and again on
first.
tops.
Game on.
Dominic Niedenberger needing just one more leg to win this game and finish third in the group. No prize for third in the group, but a little bit of a win should keep his confidence up
24.
before playing again tomorrow. Obviously, similar to a Players' Championship event, the SDC Tour events 17 and 18 are one on each day. Group
23.
stage currently going on with a lot of the games finished, and then into the last 32 onwards this afternoon. If you are wanting to tune in tomorrow, games kick off at 9 o'clock Swiss time, 8 o'clock English
42.
time. So keep an eye out for that one, an earlier start. But if you are to have a lie-in, you will be able to still catch the knockout stages later on in the afternoon.
29.
Almost all of the group stage games coming to an end now. some good games on. And we did mention there that Pascal Olderbolt would need a win to
26.
take the spot from Bruno Gonzalez. And Bruno Gonzalez, the Spanish player, can say thank you to Yannick Ludi, who has done a job on him, 3-2, to put the Spaniard
45.
into the last 32. First Spanish player to make the last 32, I think, and maybe even the first Spanish player to play in the
I was
SDC.
going to say, it might be the first Spanish appearance, yeah. Is that going to be a decider potentially there, James? You may have already talked about it. Daniel Garter against
11.
Cyril Pulvermuller. Has the winner got anything to play for there?
I have a feeling that both players might have already exited the competition.
Really?
Need to double check that. But it looks like...
35.
Oh no, if Cyril Pulvermuller is to pull off a win here, he will qualify out of the group.
Okay.
So Bernard, the barbecue burger, will be reliant on a
Daniel
Garter win.
Garter so often has just got to play the devil, hasn't he? To play the
villain.
To play the spoiler, yeah. And spoil Cyril Pulvermuller's afternoon.
An interesting countback will be
98.
happening on Group G with Patrick Ray, Andreas Wegner, and junior champion Loris Schaub all winning 3 games. I think
2 games, you mean, James?
2 games. I think, unfortunately for Andreas
17.
Wegner, he will not be qualifying out of that group due to a 3-2 win. That's really quite horrible, isn't it?
Confirmed, of course, but
30.
Andreas Wegner's done nothing wrong, really, has he? Beating possibly the best player in that group, Loris Schaub, 3-0, but might not be going through.
I think, by the looks of things, it will be Jörg Schwendenmann who's causing problems for Andreas
85.
Wegner, taking 2 legs off Wegner, 1 leg off
He's
Ray.
causing problems for you and your pronunciation, isn't he, James? But he's causing problems in Group G as well.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit here, but, you know...
15.
Not nice to see Houston just throwing these darts away. Got the impression he didn't really consider where those last 2 were going. Body language suggests that he's rather done for today.
79.
20. Okay, leaves 80. So Houston at 6.
He has checked 80 earlier, Dominic Niedenberger. Co-commentator Matt Travis always seems to say that no one checks 80.
43.
But shock, Dominic Niedenberger checked it earlier today.
Dominic, you require 80.
Let's see, can he do it again? He started his afternoon with a check like this. This will be his last game, of course, so he will be finishing his afternoon on outer inner. Ooh.
66
Unlucky.
left.
Yeah.
What do you go, 16 to leave the ball?
24.
No, it goes treble 10. Too much respect for Robin Newson. Interesting to see that Mika
54.
Fluger has turned up today, but is
Dominic,
not
you require
participating.
56.
Spoke to Markin Helder and he said he's not in the groups today. Can Dominic finish up here? Needs double 20.
36.
Ooh, unlucky.
Can't quite find
Dominic,
it.
you require 129.
Yeah, good player like himself. I'm surprised he's turned up to not participate.
Yeah, interesting one. I'm sure we'll get the full reason on that later, but
42.
maybe he's doing some commentary work or some presenting work
Dominic,
or
you
I
require
don't know,
20.
some interviews. Maybe he's with the camera, who knows? We know that they like to capture a lot of footage. Frida Lang himself likes to be on the camera, doesn't he? Or likes to be behind the camera.
10.
Don't have Jacob Dalman here recording today, though. So I don't know if he'll be back tomorrow. Here we go. Best chance so far for Houston to clean up a finish. Doesn't quite get there and also doesn't leave it too
Leaves
handy.
80 as well, James.
require
You know what we
10.
say about that. But will it matter? Dominic will have 3 darts in hand at double 5.
Great guide. Can he just use it?
Oh,
No, he can't. The best chance of the day for Robin Houston to pick up a leg.
80.
I hope he checks this.
I hope he gets a dart.
Great straight dart there to start with. Oh, and just sprays, and we can see him
25.
mouthing what he thought of that one.
Sorry for any
Well,
expletives you may have interpreted there. So Dominic on the madhouse. What's been a little bit of a mad and frantic game.
No score.
Ooh,
Looks like
Robin, you require
Houston will get
55.
darts at double here.
don't speak too soon, James. Don't speak too soon.
45 left.
No,
Oh, no, no.
don't speak too
39.
soon, James.
Does leave a double if he
Require
comes
4.
back. He's left double 8. Will he get a shot?
Good guy just to work on top of, do you think? Oh, he's got 2 there. He's got a buffer.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's unlucky. But Robin Houston
Robin
will have darts
requires
now to win his
16.
first leg of the day. Come on, Robin.
Go on, Robin. It's in the vicinity. That's further away.
8.
Oh,
That's inside.
Dominic, you
good
require
effort. Not
2.
too bad. Darts at double there.
So back to the madhouse to
Game
end
shot and a match
Oh,
for Dominic.
a mad and
Niederberger.
frantic game. And there it is. Dominic Niederberger wraps up a 3-0 victory and concludes our group stages. He'll finish in third in the group. Robin Hewson in fourth without a leg today. What's your thoughts on what you've just seen, James?
Steady darts from Dominic Niederberger. I think he's very unlucky to not get out of the group today, but it all came down to that first game where he missed darts at double against Mike Lotzer. So we'll have to see what he can do when he comes back tomorrow. A lot of the other groups now almost finishing. Can get all of the results on on Darts Connect under SDC Tour Event 17. We will be back shortly for the knockout stages where we will preview all of the knockout games in the last 32, and then we will be even watching along with one with you guys on YouTube. If you've got any comments, please do leave them there, but we'll be back shortly for the next game. I believe the knockouts will commence in half an hour at around 3 English time or 4 Swiss time. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Bring back the SDC. Bring back the SDC. Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 from Basel. We are joined for the last 32 encounter between Sven Hoffman and Stefan Hackler. Sure to be an exciting game. We were just discussing the pre-match odds, what we think. I suggested this might be a 4-6, 11-8 game in favour of Stefan Hackler. Despite being the non-seeded player in this game, or maybe the lower seeded player. I think he might still be seeded.
Yeah. Sven Hoffman's the number 4 seed today, James, so certainly the lower of the 2 seeds.
Didn't come through his group, though, in top spot.
Well, I still have Sven Hoffman as the favourite for this one. That's where my stripes are pinned in this game.
Should we just do a quick preview of the game?
Yeah, there's a couple of tasty last 32 games, so we'll talk you through them.
Rav, what are your thoughts on the draw? What would you say is the exciting encounter?
There's a couple of nice games in the last 32 here. The particular one for me is Marc Basel against Ronnie Liu. I think 2 very consistent players, both very reliable, sort of last 16 quarterfinal merchants. Both been playing some really good darts today. I mean, Ronnie Liu had a game in the 80s averages, right? I think.
And at high 70s, he lost to an 80 average from Ivo Fura, who also is playing in the knockout against Andreas Catrina. One thing to point out is that the Spanish and Dutch compatriots are going to have to hope for a miracle, as Spaniard Bruno Gonzalez plays Stefan Bellmont, and Dutch Rino Walvaren plays against Marcel Walpen.
Difficult ties for the two the two saviours of those 2 nations. So, got the bull off here. Of course, in our group stage games, it's first to 4, as opposed to first to 3 legs.
To me, that looks like Sven Hoffman has won, but they might re-bowl because it was very close. Can't see what's going on, if there's a shake of the hand or whatnot.
But they are re-bulling. And that'll be the bull from Stefan Hackler.
Bit of camaraderie between the 2 players
We're
there.
seeing yet another cap on our live stream, James. This is the 3rd cap today. 5 players we've seen. 6 players we've seen, sorry. It's really heavy cap to non-cap ratio here in Basel. Let's see, I'm hoping we see a heavy treble to non-treble ratio in this game.
60.
I think we'll see a game of high 60s, low 70 averages between both players. I think is the sort of standard we're looking at here. Sven Hoffman obviously made a final in one of the SDC Tour events, maybe SDC 60. Tour event number 5 or 6, I want to say. I think it was 5, where he lost to Jochen Graudenz. Oh, no, that's a lie. He lost to Patrick Ganter, 6-5 after being 5-1 up. Stefan Hackler, also a previous finalist, losing out in SDC Tour event 1 to Marcel Walpen. Or maybe SDC Tour event 2, one of the 2.
Over 12 months ago now, that would have been.
Would have indeed. But it's going to be interesting to see how it starts. The scoreboard is not up to date yet, which is slightly frustrating, so we can't tell you the exact score. Hopefully, we will be able to get 100. This issue resolved very quickly.
My first impressions of the Stefan Hackler throw, we've seen him a fair bit on our live stream. It seems a little bit more deliberate today than usual. 60. Don't know if you agree with that, James, but he's always been quite a fast-paced thrower, but it just seems a little bit more careful today, a little bit more considered. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there is slight slow motion on our screen. You know, it's a steady ton there. I just think Stefan Hackler's got a bit too much for Sven Hoffman. Sven Hoffman does know how to win games of darts. That's one thing I will say about Sven is when he's sometimes not playing and not being the better player, he does know how to check out at the right time. Took out some nice combination finishes against myself earlier this year.
$125. Stefan, you require
really good second treble there from Hoffman. Gets himself back in the leg now.
Sven Hoffman and Stefan Hackler obviously both partaking in Q School earlier this year.
They were.
A couple of wins in phase 1 for both players. Maybe 1 or 2 wins.
I think Hoffman was quite lucky. He got a bye in the first round of, I think the first day of Q School, and then won a game or 2, I want to say.
95. Stefan, you require
managed to do well to put himself back in his leg with a 1-2-5
and a 95. Yeah. It's come back really nicely.
Very high dart there from Hackler. Leaves 76 with 2 darts in hand.
Couldn't decide if he was going for outer or treble 19 there, James.
When you require
Leaves double 8.
Yeah.
That's first pop goes to Sven.
Hoffman will get 2 at double top. She does.
Game short in the first leg. Sven Hoffman.
Only needs the 2.
Second
As
leg.
I mentioned
Sven
previously,
to
this is
throw
one thing that
first.
Sven Hoffman is
Game
very
on.
good at doing is cleaning up when he's not potentially playing unbelievable darts. And there, the back end of that leg, a 95, a 125 and a 56 cleanup is very
cleaned up nearly
critical.
300 points there in less than 9 darts. So that's a really good standard of darts from Sven Hoffman.
Very improved, I think, from when we saw him in SDC Tour event 3 and 4.
Yeah. But that's what playing in these events does. I mean, we're on to our 17th tour event now, and okay, Sven Hoffman hasn't played every event, but he's probably featured in maybe 8, 9, 10 of those events, and he's getting regular match practice, isn't he, against some real good players, and it's definitely brought his game up as a result.
Yeah, we are seeing some slight lag on our screen here, so apologies if the commentary is slightly delayed.
45.
If you
That's
got
Stefan Hackler's very deliberate darts for you, James. He's even lagging our entire stream with his slow pace of release.
yes,
81.
indeed. Sven Hoffman with an 81 there. You guys have any questions
60.
or want to know anything about the SDC, please do leave them in the comment section below and we'll do our best to answer them.
45.
Little wry smile there from Sven Hoffman as he loses the darts on his own throw here after breaking in the first leg.
Interesting to see. We spoke with Mark during the
60.
break, and he mentioned that Stefan Bellmont got an invite to play Players Championship this weekend, but unfortunately only got offered to play one Players Championship event, so chose to instead play in the SDC.
87.
Yeah, remaining in his home nation, of course, rather than all that travel commitment. But great that he has that loyalty now to the SDC. He's been a real mainstay, hasn't he, in the year 2023? I know he didn't feature that regularly in the
41.
first 10 or so Swiss Darts Corporation events, sorry. But great to see him participating regularly in 2023.
Yeah, and
39.
Stefan Bellmont starting off well with a 94 average. Jochen Graudenz 84 average. Some good darts around the boards, and a player that I mentioned earlier that I have spoken about quite a lot is Frieda Lang.
60.
And I tell you
So
what's
you
really
require
interesting to see is on board 16 at the moment we've seen Renaud Walvaren has taken a leg off of Marcel Walpen, the Dutch player, as we see of Sten Hoffman almost getting a double on a 145.
133.
The occasion looks a little bit too
If
much
you
for
require
Bruno Gonzalez, doesn't it?
135.
3-0 down to Stefan Bellmont, averaging 47. We know he can do better than that.
Treble 20 needed for the ball here for a 135.
He had the marker on the ball there as well, didn't he? But
Sven, you require 12.
Did indeed.
so Sven Hoffman returns at double 6.
Game short in the second leg. Sven Hoffman. Third
Finds
leg is
double
Stefan
6.
to throw first.
Takes a 2-0 lead over Stefan Hackler. Averaging just shy of 70.
100.
Already, you can noticeably see the difference between these knockout games and some of the group stage games we were watching earlier, can't you, James? It's been a real lift in quality, I'd say, between these two players.
I 100%
You can
agree.
see the frustration in both of them when they're spraying into that 1 and 5, which hasn't been all that regular. But the expectation from both of these players is sort of 60 at a minimum, isn't it? 60 and they're disappointed almost.
Yeah, and I think the difference is as well as we're seeing two players of very similar standard.
100.
Whereas in the group stage games, apart from that opening salvo between between Dominic Wiedenberger and Mike Lotzer, there wasn't really that sort of competitiveness in the games.
No.
Another game which is competitive on the outside boards is board 11, where Mark Bichel and Ronnie Liu are currently tussling at 2 legs apiece.
We talked that game up, didn't we, in the interval there, saying that might be the tie of the round. Two very consistent players.
Yeah, interesting clash on board 8 as well, as Joel Brighton-Moser takes on
45.
both former semi-finalists, Connor Steiger. Lots of games quite poised in the knockout rounds at the moment at 1 apiece, 2 apiece, 2-1.
22.
Stefan Hackler needs here to hold here.
He does, yeah. Big leg for Hackler. Oh, that's really not.
Not the time.
It's really not ideal, that.
3.
Oh, dear.
No. Just as we're talking up the quality in this game, we see a fat 3.
You want the aces in Basel Casino, but you don't want three single ones. Not in this game, at least. 2 trebs would really hurt.
95.
Sven Hoffman.
I think the 95 might be enough.
He still puts himself in control of the leg now, doesn't he, Hoffman?
Yeah. Needs a treble here, you think, Hackler?
99.
Doesn't
Sven,
get another.
you require
So
118.
94 is a doable out, but so is 118 of the quality of Sven Hoffman.
Ooh, okay.
Can't check it. Really interesting clash on
58.
board 16 with Reno
Stefan, you require
Walpen taking a second leg and 2 with Marcel Walpen.
Very good last start there by Hoffman, by the way. Coming back for the 2-dart combination, hitting the bullseye.
Stefan Hackler will also get a shot at the ball. Composes himself.
Found it in the bull off.
64.
Ooh, he's not going to find
Sven,
it
you
there.
require 60.
Just clipped the dart the wrong way there almost, didn't he? It looked to marker, but he just went over the top of it. Ooh, okay. Flirting with danger.
Lucky boy, Sven.
The bed will certainly be open. After that very low first dart. Ooh, pulls that one really low as well.
40.
Can't
Stefan,
find
you
10,
require
so give
30.
Stefan Hackler a chance in this game.
He'll go straight for it. Having to move across quite significantly there. Mine's double 10. Up for double 5 then. Big dart this already.
Game shot in the third leg.
Finds it.
Stefan Hackler.
Very good
Fourth
dart
leg
from
is
Stefan
Sven to
Hackler.
throw first.
Keeps himself alive
Game
in this
on.
game.
Stefan Hackler, an experienced darts player, speaking to Martin Helder prior to this tournament. Used to be a very top-level German player.
45.
Sorry, top-level player in Germany. Obviously a Swiss player. So experienced. And that showed
he
there. with
showed
that
all
fight.
of that experience, all that skill in that dart there. Yeah, he didn't rush it, did he? Took his
140.
time, lined it up nicely, and
now starts off with a ton 40 on Sven Hoffman's throw. And you think in the previous leg, if Sven Hoffman had gobbled up 60 there.
how the pendulum swung. Yeah, Hoffman was
43.
favoured to go 3-0 up there, wasn't he? And now it looks as though we could be back level in, just 9 or 12 darts time.
So you're looking at the other boards there. Stefan Bellmont with his second ton plus average with a 4-0 win over Bruno Gonzalez.
100.
Great darts.
Yeah, a game to forget for Bruno, that one. After he put in some real valiant displays in the group stages.
23.
Just a round too far, an opponent too much maybe for Bruno in that one. Marc Bichel, Ronnie Liu's going to a last leg decider. Who's coming through that one, James?
60.
To be honest, the two players are so evenly matched. I can't really call it. I mean, the averages suggest Ronnie Liu, but who has the darts? I don't know. Ivo Fura averaged 80 against Ronnie Liu in the knockout. Has just been beaten 4-0 by Andreas Katharina.
Yeah. Not much in the averages, but it's a bagel in the scoreline.
29.
Hackler hitting 300 with 9
Yeah,
darts.
Hoffman's had a poor leg here. He's put no pressure on the on Hackler, just marching away with it. On Hoffman's throw as well, he'll be disappointed.
137.
Oh, great 2-treble visit there from Hackler. Leaving himself very handy after 12.
One thing I will say with Sven Hoffman's darts is the grouping's not that tight.
140. Stefan, you require
I know
64.
Trebles were grouped pretty tightly, James.
Those 2 trebles were, but that second one was such a sprayed dart. Like, really high. And we've seen a few of them so far.
48.
Wild dart there. Some other interesting games going on. Rocco Fulciniti gone through 4-0. So did Frieda Lang. But there's a lot of games
57.
very tightly poised. Loris Schaub,
Stefan,
Yuri
you
Barth
require
at Toul,
16.
Connor Steiger, Joel Breitenmoser at Toul. And then obviously mentioned previously the Bichel Liu game is poised.
Our man Mike Lotzer, who we saw in the group stages, has just won a leg off Luis Camacho, but trails that one
Game
2-1.
shot in the fourth leg.
Great use
Stefan
of the marker
Hackler.
there from Stefan
Fifth
Hackler.
leg is Stefan to
Puts
throw
it back at
first.
Toul with
Game
the
on.
darts.
A very 4-5 evens kind of game now, isn't it, James?
I think my odds at the start of the game is how I'd score price it up now. I'd say 4-6 for Stefan Hackler.
Hackler with the darts, maybe, yeah.
And with the momentum.
Yeah, definitely. Winning the last 2 legs.
Another game poised
100.
to 2 pieces between Cyril Pulvermuller and Daniel von Ullmann. Lots of games poised at 2 apiece. Lots of games becoming best of 3 shootouts. This being one of them. Great recomposure there from Sven
85.
Hoffman. Find a treble after a wild first start.
Has just been spraying into that 5 a little bit too often, hasn't he, Sven Hoffman? Maybe the difference between the 2 players in the scoring phase right now.
6 points lower in the average,
Marc
but
Bichel
comes through against Ronnie Liu. 4-3, Marc Bichel. Cracking darts and a cracking
60.
game of arrows. Look forward to seeing him in the latter stages again.
He's a menace, isn't he, Marc Bichel, for getting through to the later knockout rounds.
85.
He's maybe not the most eye-catching player, but he always seems to do a job, doesn't he, in those last 32, last 16 games.
Does indeed, with another player who's been very steady all day, undefeated.
100.
4-1 winner over Daniel Burkhardt.
Yep, looking forward to seeing Felix Schietz a little bit later.
Hopefully we'll get him on stream at some
45.
point.
Maybe he's got those pink flights again like last time.
There was a discussion whether Marcel Walpen would come through up 2-2 against Reno Walvaren. Well, the answer is yes, he will. Not his best performance, 74 average, but does beat Reno 4-2.
100.
I tell you what, Stefan Hackler's third dart in hand has been very clutch, that double 4 and then finding those tons as well.
Yeah. He's just been, the grouping has been a lot tighter, hasn't it,
45.
from Hackler than it has Hoffman these last couple of legs. And it's no surprise to see him running away with the scoring phase here.
A
45.
Rare bit of tension in those 3 darts, maybe, all an inch or so low the treble there.
Yeah, you think Hoffman needs a 140, and he's going to oblige.
125.
Ooh, a flyer.
Stefan, you require
That's what I mean with the
96.
grouping.
Still, it's
a
pressure
wild
enough,
one.
though. It's more than enough pressure.
It is indeed. Poised at a very good spot here.
So will Hackler get a dart? Let's see. Yes, he will. He'll get 2 at double 18.
The trademark composure of Stefan Hackler.
87.
Oh, and he's gone
Sven, you
inside on
require
the switch.
116.
Not ideal for Hackler there.
So it's not where you want to be. He's going to come back to try and have a shot at 9. Ben Hoffman seems to be getting a little bit nervy.
You can see he's getting a bit more animated.
66.
Yeah, okay, good last treble.
Stefan, you require 9.
Very fat one there.
Yeah, just
Hit.
made sure of it, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's pinned this before, this double 4. Can't find it here, but can he find 2s?
7.
Ooh, okay, he doesn't.
Sven, you require
So he
50.
lets 4 opportunities at double pass him by. And Hoffman should get 2 at his choice.
Game short in the
18,
5th
and
leg.
there it
Sven
is.
Hoffman.
He's been clutch on
6th
the outer
leg
ring.
is
Sven
Sven
Hoffman.
to for
He was
first.
outscored in
Game
that
on.
leg. But he came back and pinched it.
20 darter, very steady.
Yeah.
Lots of games at 3-2 at the moment. Daniel von Ullmann 3-2 up on Cyril Pulvermuller. Obviously this game here, and Joel Breitenmoser
Yeah,
returned from illness with a 3-2 lead
32.
on Tom Steiger.
nicely poised between Luis Camacho and Mike Lotzer as well. We maybe didn't think Mike Lotzer would be capable of pulling off a victory there against a good, consistent
60.
player, Luis Camacho. But
12 points lower in the averages, but it's the doubles that count.
scores a level, yeah.
80.
So Hoffman now throwing for the match.
I think my opinion on this game so far is that Stefan Hackler has been the better scoring player.
He has, yeah, he has. No doubt about that.
26.
But the more clutch player has been Sven Hoffman.
His checkouts have been very impressive, haven't they, Hoffman? 56 in the first leg, 16 tops in 2 darts.
25.
We just saw that 50 checkout there, 14 double 18, 2 darts.
It is a
There's been
5.
some,
It's a bounce out there, but it was only a 5.
95.
Important last start treble there.
Yeah, tight grouping there from Hackler. Almost deserved more than 95 there.
Very poised this leg at a very
85.
crucial point. Sven Hoffman has been spraying into
In
that
5, yeah, he's regularly in the 5. He just has found trebles when he's needed them, hasn't he? That's
100.
Yuri Barth is 3-2 down on Lois Schaub, junior Swiss champion, showing his prowess.
100.
as one of my favourite players always in these tournaments has gone through. Joel Breitenmoser 4-2 win over Konsteiger.
Good treble there from Hackler. Looking to stay straight.
140.
Oh, another treble, ideal.
Leaves 80.
We've
seen this checkout on this board already.
Not so ideal. On the 5 again.
44. Stefan, you require 80.
So are we going to see a deciding leg? Hackler may well have 6 at it.
Just needs to keep straight here. Does keep straight. Will he pins off?
Flat, don't they?
Game short in the 6th leg. Stefan
Great
Heffler.
check out there from
7th and final leg
we're
is
going
Stefan
all the way
for
here on
first
stream board 1
game on.
between these two great darts players of Switzerland.
A big exuberant fist bump between the two there.
How do you see this going?
Been plenty of breaks, hasn't there? I'm not sure if the throw is that significant an advantage here. It's just going to be who can hold nerve. Can Sven Hoffman get out of the 5? That's the real question mark for me.
60.
If Hoffman doesn't spray left and right, Hoffman wins this leg. But if he's hitting single 5 with the same regularity we've seen, I think Hackler will be
100.
Great darts there from Sven Hoffman, showing what he's made of with that last dart and hand trebs.
Yeah.
Great first dart there from Hackler. Lots of room.
Very snatchy second.
81.
You could see his arm.
You could, yeah.
Couldn't quite get the dart out of his hand.
You could see the fingers release all wrong, couldn't you?
There's that 5 we mentioned.
125.
There's that treble 20 that he also has in the locker.
So advantage Hoffman. But don't count this man out. We've talked about his experience before.
81.
Oh, and a very unlucky deflection there. You can see by the way it entered the board that it just nicked that flight.
Oof. That's a real flyer from
81.
Hoffman. Adjusts so well though, doesn't he? It's been really impressive from Hoffman. When he's thrown a bad dart, he really has, put it to the back of his mind straight away and adjusted perfectly.
We think he's hit
60.
4 trebles this leg and only on 195. Really, should be a lot lower than that. Great darts here from Hoffman.
101.
Yeah.
You now think for Stefan Hackler, 2 treble visit, really.
Yeah. That's a perfect first dart. Oh,
Perfect
yes.
second
177 would be all right.
139.
Leaves
So
80
you require
exit last leg,
94.
but will he get a shot? Or will Sven Hoffman clean up? Goes for the bullseye on 82 left. Not going to get a dart.
No.
46.
Which means Stefan
Stefan, you
Hackler,
require
he can check out
80.
80.
Yeah. Well then, James, he's been staying very straight in this leg. I think he'll get a dart. Oh, Matt. I've cursed him.
Oh, and doesn't even find the outer ball. Doesn't get a shot. Sven Hoffman's heart will be pounding in the background.
Yeah. Yes, it will.
He's thinking, hit that 8 and 16 segment, give yourself 2 darts at double
30.
and see what you can do.
He's
Sven,
been
you
extremely
require
clutch on his
48.
checkout. Only needing 2 in hand. Let's see, will he need just the 2 this time as well? It's a little bit double 16.
Flirts there with the treble, which you didn't want to do to bust it.
Okay, double 16, Sven.
16.
Ooh, okay. They didn't
Stefan,
fill
you
you with
require
complete
50.
confidence, did they, James?
Stefan Hackler had his darts on the table. 50 to go.
Let's see.
We got 18 for double
18 or
16.
10? Where's he looking?
Oh, don't hit the 4. He's only allowed himself 1 dart at double. And that double is double 18.
Compose yourself. Stefan looks disappointed with that first dart. Gotta forget about it now.
14.
Oh, and it's not a
Sven, you
well thrown
require
dart.
32.
It's not close to that double 18. So Hoffman returns.
Can he find another in that same segment?
Yeah, we'll need 2 in the bed. Can he squeeze one past?
Jimmy's shuffling over the off to
Yeah,
try
I
and
think
use that.
so. Just moving across to the left. Oh, or back to the right. He's not sure.
It is a blocker in a sense. I think you just got to hope he can nick the flight and that dart just cushions next to it.
Darts are quite thick, aren't they?
Game
Quite long
shot
as well.
and a
He's
match
found
for
it.
Sven
Yeah,
Hoffman.
Found it. Cracking last dart from Sven Hoffman to top off a cracking game of darts.
Yeah. That deserved the last leg. And that's what we saw. Did the better player win? Well.
The better player, in my opinion, did win. And Stefan Hackler, ironically, goes back for double 18 to see if he
He had our heart in our mouth there. But Sven Hoffman comes through in that last leg decider.
Yeah, on the outside boards as well. Roman Rudin and Michel Grosjean in the last leg decider, along with Laurie Schaub and Yuri Barth. Some cracking games all round so far, and interesting to see what the last 16, has in store for us.
Yeah, but it seems to be an all or nothing kind of last 32, James. There's been a lot of 4-0s, but there's also been a lot of 4-3s as well. There's been, 4 or 5 last leg deciders that I can see in those completed games already. A couple of one-sided affairs as well. I mean, obviously Rocco and Stefan Bellmont found the last 32 a little bit too easy, but they're bound to get some strong opponents in the latter stages. And Stefan Bellmont will be playing the man we've just seen, Sven Hoffman.
The game I'd like to have on this streaming board, I think, is Joel Breitenmoser and Felix Schertz.
I think another great game there, though. James, Rocco against Marc Bichel. 2 very consistent players.
Yeah, Frieda Lang against the winner of Luis Camacho and Mike Lotzer.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how all these go. Daniel van Orman, Marcel Walpen.
Potentially a tasty little tie in the quarterfinal there between Marcel Walpen and Stefan Bellmont if things pan out that way.
Yeah, you think that the draw really does favour Jochen Graudenz at the moment.
Yeah.
No real test, you think, in that half until he gets to Felix Schertz potentially in the semi-final. Anyway, we'll be back shortly to fill you all in with the final results and preview the last 16. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17. We're live from Basel for this last 16 encounter between Luis Camacho and Frida Lang. Very interesting clash, this one. I think two players of a very similar level. Trav and I were talking in the interval, and we mentioned that if you'd asked us who we thought was going to win this game 12 months ago, we would say comfortable favourite would be Luis Camacho. And if you ask me now who I think is going to win, we both said Frida Lang. How do you price this one up, Trav?
I'm starting Frida Lang at 1-2 in this game.
Okay.
13-8 on Luis Camacho. I think the games and the averages and the current form of Frida Lang suggests that he's perhaps a player that's on the up, whereas Luis Camacho, I don't think on the decline would be fair, but I think maybe his performances recently have been quite plateaued. Maybe I don't think he's pushed on in the way that maybe if you saw him 12 months ago, you thought he could break through and make a real big run in one of these tournaments. But I don't believe Luis Camacho has ever gone beyond the quarterfinals. No. Might be wrong in saying that. He might have made a semi-final appearance, but I can't remember him doing that.
I don't think he has either. Looking at the games, then obviously all 7 other games are either underway or players are warming up.
Yeah.
So who do we think is going to go through? If I read them out, you tell me.
Go on, let's do it.
Roman Rudin against Andreas Kathrina.
Again, another steady game. I'm going to call Roman Rudin to go through in that one. I think his performances have just been a little bit higher on the averages side than Andreas, and I just know a little bit more about Roman Rudin, so I'm going to say Roman to go through in that one.
I have a feeling that Andreas did win his last 32 games 4-0.
I think he did. Yeah, you're right in saying that, James. Roman Rudin coming through a last leg decider.
I think Andreas has had the slightly higher averages there. I think I'm going to call Andreas
first leg
for that
is
one.
Luis to go first.
Jochen Graudenz 1-0 down early on against Thomas Eichmann.
Okay. I think we saw big Thomas Eichmann, didn't we, on the stream there, practicing in the interval.
Then what about the other games? Obviously, Loris Schaub first time in a game, and obviously into the last 16 against Fabrizio Barone.
Yeah, he's got a reasonable tie there, hasn't he, Loris Schaub? He certainly avoided some of the bigger names that he was probably hoping to avoid, your likes of Graudenz and Bellmont. I'm going to call Loris Schaub to come through in that one against Fabrizio.
A game that we thought we might have on stream, and Joel Breitenmoser against Felix Schertz.
Yep.
Felix Schertz 1 up already.
I think Felix will have too much for Joel there. I'm going to call 4-0 in that one, actually. I'm going to call a whitewash for...
I do think, just because Joel's coming back, obviously, it's his first tournament in a while because of the... obviously,
100.
Wasn't too well early on, but his averages haven't been there all day. I think this game might have already got underway.
Yeah, they certainly look as though they're in the scoring phase, don't they? Here we are.
100.
Each throwing 6 apiece so far. Luis Camacho with the advantage of throw. Let's see, Marcel Walpen you'd expect would have
85.
too much for Daniel van Olmen, even though van Olmen has won the first leg there.
Not been too impressed with Marcel Walpen since the first game today.
He was shaky in that last 32 game, wasn't he, James?
He was indeed.
James just drops his darts there.
92.
Good last dart treble from Camacho.
You'd say Frida Lang still slight favourite for the leg.
You would now, yeah.
95. Luis, you require 127.
Nice rhythm to this game so far, from what I've seen.
Wow, it seems like a 30-something dart leg in the Sven Hoffman-Stefan Bellmont game. I don't like going 17 first on that route, really.
Frida, you require
really
98.
do lay to the right, don't they, Luis Camacho?
They do lie flat as well, don't they? Ooh, unlucky there for Frida. 95 left. Ooh.
26.
Ooh, okay.
Luis, you require 86.
Not the greatest of setup play from either player there.
Yeah, sprayed quite a lot towards the back end of that leg. Camacho will get 1 dart at 7-7. Do you think it goes?
I don't think it goes, no.
Does compose himself.
I think he goes inside.
72.
Goes
Frida,
outside.
you require 72.
Frida Lang needs to clean up 72 though. Leaves 47.
55?
45. Double 14 here.
There's a darts player between us there somewhere.
Yeah. Nope.
He now has 1 dart.
58.
14, no. Come on.
Yeah.
Luis, you require 14.
We're all confused.
That's not us.
Luis Camacho, 7-7. That I'm not.
Came short in the
doubt
first
about.
leg.
And there
Luis
it is.
Camacho. Second
7.
leg
Good
is
start.
Frida to throw first.
The thought going
Game
inside
on.
must have been in his head there. He holds his composure nicely.
Steady first leg there, you'd say.
59.
Yeah. Yeah, I suspect that might be the way the game goes, you know, nip and tuck, both players getting opportunities at those checkouts. Obviously, Frida had 2 poor visits there with the 26.
A lot of the big names really struggling in that opening leg around the boards. Like nothing really around the boards in that first leg that was better than a 21 dancer, really.
A lot of 50s and
140.
60s. Sort of looking down the averages so far in the last 16. In fact, this game's the standout game in terms of standard from our first leg in a bit.
Yeah,
81.
Good little ton 40 there from Luis Camacho as well, stacking the darts nicely on top of each other. Graudenz levelling up his
45.
game there against Thomas Eichmann, 1 leg apiece.
Daniel van Olmen goes 2-0 up against Marcel Walpen. It's not panic stations just yet, but already
55.
at 2-0 down, you don't have a lot of margin for error, do you? We'll need to break the Olmen throw to win that game.
Do you think in that game, if Daniel van Olmen goes 3 up, one game that I definitely didn't call, like an upset
45.
You'd still say Marcel Walpen's probably favourite at 2-0 down, but not a strong favourite.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Frida Lang finds another treble.
85.
He's grouping around that treble
It's
bed.
very
Very
tight.
tight.
Yeah. Compare that to someone like Sven Hoffman, who you'd say was hitting trebles, but was hitting them in a clutch kind of fashion, wasn't he? There was no using of the darts to group with each other.
133.
Speaking of tight grouping, there's a lovely 1-3-3 from Luis Camacho. The only thing I will say with Frida's darts is they don't suit each other to be clattered into
97.
and find another one.
Luis,
Although the
you
grouping's
require
been tight, it's because he's
138.
thrown them well.
He's thrown them tightly, yeah.
42.
Ooh.
Frida, you
Slightly
require
ropey setup play there from
124.
Camacho. Leaving, 96.
64 here, 2 darts left.
He should go for the 14s here. Which I think he will, don't you?
Seems to be his favourite doubles section, so I don't see why he wouldn't. And he does for a dart at the bullseye.
99.
Lucky.
Luis, you require
I like the route,
96.
taking it on, respecting Camacho. Camacho is more than good enough to check this out. They go double-double. Whilst looking at double 18, yeah, misses the board. Cardinal sin, really.
Go back to the 20s here, I would.
40.
Okay,
Frida, you
advantage
require
Frida.
25.
We know he can get shaky on big numbers. Needless to say. Oh,
No
and he's done it
score.
again! Oh, Frida Lang.
Luis, you require 56.
Oh, wow. Don't let me remind you of treble 13, Frida. Ah, that really is criminal. You've got to ensure the darts at double in that situation. Bad luck just follows him wherever he goes, eh? That is unfortunate.
Important dart at double 10 here for
Game
Camacho.
shot in the
Will he be
second
back?
leg.
He won't
Luis
be back.
Camacho.
No, Camacho breaks through.
Third leg is
Oh,
Luis to
Frida
throw
Lang giving it the
first.
double teapot
Game
in the
on.
background. I'm not surprised. He must be steaming about that double 12.
No. Not only is Marcel Walpen 2-0 down, Jochen Graudenz is 2-1 down to Thomas Eichmann. Very steady darts player, Thomas Eichmann. 73 average currently.
85.
Will it be enough to take out one of the number 1 seed today?
Looks like Felix Schiert will have a little bit too much for Joel Brighton-Mercer in that one.
Yeah, Joel's not really
45.
turned
He
up to
hasn't
the
played
game.
his best starts today, has he, Joel? He hasn't been putting in the averages we know he's capable of. But
Reminds me of Rob Cross, knowing how to win with poor averages in a sense. Like I mean, talking about he's in the last 16 here, and he's not really got out of first gear.
140.
no,
Tell you who is getting out of first gear is Luis Camacho, another 140. Has Frida Lang got it in the locker
26.
to pull up a comeback?
He's been
here?
a real opportunist so far, Camacho, hasn't he? I mean, that dart at double 7 in the first leg was a real clutch dart. Obviously took advantage of Frida Lang hitting the double 12 and really messing his opportunity on that 25. And now he's strong favourite in this leg as well.
Yeah, ton 40, 85 ton is enough.
100.
Strong ton there, but you think he needed 2 trebles almost. As we see our first player through to the top 8, and that player is Felix Schiert, taking care of Joel Brighton
81.
4-0.
Yeah, comfortable victory there for Felix.
Let's see what the big names have got made of themselves in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Marcel Walpen down
26.
2-1. Stefan Bellmont
Lucy
up
require
2-1.
Big
95.
moments for people like Jochen Graudenz and Marcel Walpen here.
Yeah, agreed. As Camacho looks 76, think he'll go treble 20.
Yeah. Big 16 or big 20 here.
59.
Well done, just stacking on top there.
He's got as many darts as he wants, really, at this, you'd say, Camacho, to go 3-0 up.
Darts is
85.
all about timing.
Lucy
Camacho
require
showed that with the 56 checkout where Frida Lang quite couldn't. Would be aggressive with his first dart.
Oh, okay. Chooses to split.
20.
Not a bad idea, to be honest.
Had the time, didn't he?
Not really seen Mark Bichelle turn up against Rocco at the moment.
Yeah, that game hasn't really caught
99.
light yet, has it? Both averaging in the 60s
Lucy
there.
requires
Both
16.
capable of much higher than that.
A game that's definitely not caught light yet is Loris Schaub against Fabrizio Baroni. Luis Camacho
shot
looks
in the
double
third
eight,
leg.
finds
Luis
double
Camacho.
eight. Put himself
Fourth
in a
leg is
commanding
Frida
3-0
to throw
lead.
first.
Frida Lang can't
Game
afford
on.
any more upsets now. Takes a big swig of Coke, and we'll see what he can do in the remaining 4, he hopes, legs. Your prediction early on could be correct. Roman Rudin
60.
2-1 up on Andreas Katharina. Roman Rudin averaging 4 points less than Andreas.
$100.
Macho's been really impressive, hasn't he, in this game on the scoring? Been very consistent.
I tell you, he's had a very impressive leg just there as Marcel Walpen boosting his average by
45.
5 points. Both Marcel Walpen and Jochen Graudenz tying up their respective ties at 2 legs apiece. While Stefan Bellmont extends his lead over Sven Hoffman. Sven Hoffman averaging significantly lower than
a
what he
shame
did.
to see Hoffman couldn't maintain his standard after that victory over Stefan Hackler. He really hasn't brought the same level to the party here, has he, against Belmont?
60.
Frida Lang is really on the cusp now.
Yeah, he's on the ropes, isn't he?
I think darts is a game of when you go behind and you've not got that experience almost, it's very tough to...
41.
I wonder if he's still thinking about that 25, that double 12. I wonder if that's still playing on his mind.
I said 20. Sorry. Check
I think it must
26.
be, yeah. Seems to be some slight issue with the scoreboard here. Nope. There's a correction there.
62.
Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. He keeps his nose in front. But the cards are all in Camacho's hands.
92.
Good 92 there to leave 200. He'll be hoping he can take that out in 6 and put an end to Frida Lang's SDC Tour event 17.
60.
For me, 60 is not enough for Frida.
Not enough, no. Don't forget this is on the Frida Lang darts as well. So he's lost the darts after 15 thrown.
60.
Camacho's had a steady leg, nothing outstanding.
I've been very impressed with Camacho though this game.
Yeah.
75 average, very, very steady, very clinical. I just think he's just
70.
shown us something that we've not really seen
Lucy
from him in a
require
while.
100.
He's been a real opportunist on those doubles, yeah.
Both players sat around the 140 mark here. Camacho just wanting a treble.
60.
Can't find it, which
Frida, you
means
require
it leaves the door slightly
144.
ajar for Frida.
Oh, second dart.
24.
Oh,
He really has been spraying into
Lucy
1 and 3
require 80.
over these last 9 darts.
here we go. Do you think he's got this? He's going outer ball and inner ball. Finds the outer.
Nice marker for inner.
55.
Ooh.
Good effort. Comes back to
Frida,
25.
you
It's not an
require
easy
100.
one to make
Yeah,
that.
Frida Lang can tap him on the shoulder there and say, this checkout isn't easy. Oh, Frida, that's a poor first dart.
See Stefan Bellmont progress into the next round with a 4-1 win over Sven Hoffman.
That's better, Frida. 62 left.
64.
Okay.
Lucy
He's
require
there waiting in the wings if
25.
Camacho doesn't check. I suspect he'll go that same route, 988.
Very steady dart at 9 there, right in the centre.
Yeah.
It was a wild one. Is he getting a little bit nervous?
17. Frida, you
okay.
require 56.
What are you saying, James? Frida Lang, yes or no? 56?
Double 12. We know you know where this is, Frida.
For the second time in the game, Frida? but your first leg.
Oh!
Oh, Frida.
Oh, not to be today for Frida Lang. I think that will be the end of his road.
The word spunky could be
48.
quite applicable there.
Luis, you
Yeah,
require 8.
Very much off the mark.
Leaves double 4 if he gets a shot. But I don't think he will. I think
No.
Luis Camacho's had shown so much composure throughout the whole game.
You can't say he hasn't had opportunities, Frida Lang.
His scoring's been good. It's his setup play and his doubling has not.
Despite what might be a 4-0 victory.
4.
Oh, okay.
He's
Frida,
gonna
you
come
require
back.
8.
Could he turn around and potentially do the unthinkable here? Has to start somewhere a comeback.
I just wonder if his head is in this check out. If his heart really believes he
6.
can get it.
Luis,
No,
you require
he
4.
can-
Thrown away. Well, a slightly disappointing end for this game. For Camacho, he might be thinking. But it'll matter not.
Double 1. His darts lay quite flat. It's not an easy one if he doesn't get it in first.
No
dart.
score.
Goes
Nowhere,
very
yeah.
low,
Frida,
yeah.
you require 2.
Shaky leg here. Very shaky.
Frida Lang on double 1.
Good guide. Can he just kiss in off
Game
of that?
shot in the 4th
He can
leg. Frida
indeed.
Lang.
The comeback's on for Frida.
5th leg is Luis to throw
Camacho
first.
will now start to be
Game
really
on.
questioning himself here. He does have to throw in 2 remaining
He
legs.
does,
though.
yeah. But when you've missed several match starts like that, I mean, 6, 7, 8 match starts gone by the wayside there.
Yeah, indeed.
It's hard to just forget about those.
Laurie Schaub takes a 3-1 lead over Fabrizio Barone
100.
in quite a low-scoring game on board 10. Free Lang straight back in the treble and
Oh
another.
my
Can he fill it up?
140.
Oh.
Luis Camacho thinking a ton would be enough. Straight back in the treble. The game seems to have got a bit of light here.
Both
85.
playing with a bit of pent-up anger maybe at those misstarts at double.
As Marcel Walpen completes the comeback on Daniel van Olmen to set
Yeah.
up a tie with Stefan Bellmont in
Yeah.
the last 8.
100.
Do not go anywhere, folks.
Another
For a
ton.
moment, it looked like Walpen was in a little bit of trouble, didn't it? 2-0 down. Never doubt the great man. Oh dear, Louise.
66.
Camacho starts to spray. Roman Rudin, now the better player on averages and on the scoreboard. 3-2 up, averaging 63.
45.
Really 50-50 leg we've got in progress here.
Yeah, Camacho hits a treble. You'd think he's slight favourite.
It's a good second dart.
140.
He uses it
Brilliant.
excellently
Yeah.
in the toppest of bins there. Treble minimum here for Frida needed.
41.
Been a good steady
Luis,
leg
you
from
require
Frida. He's played well. Just a slight slip there.
My one thing with Frida Lang is I think his throw,
56.
because it's so short and snatchy, it's when he gets nervous, it's really seen.
Which is accentuated on his single number and doubling, isn't it?
It is,
You know,
yeah.
We've seen him make a right mess of some of these doubles
47.
and big numbers.
Luis, you require 54.
He sprays again there into 7.
Yeah. So Louise will have 2 darts at double top. Now 1 dart at double 10. Won't want to go
44.
inside. Ooh, okay.
Frida, you require
That's another 2 match
128.
darts. Pass on by for Luis Camacho.
1-8 for Frida Lang.
You suspect he's coming back, but don't count it out.
Is that a
74.
blocker?
Can he stay there? Could move to treble 14. What are you feeling, Frida? Oh, okay.
We know he knows we're treble 13. It's double 12.
80. Luis, you
Okay,
require
yeah.
10.
Interesting.
Breathing down his neck.
Game
Camacho on
shot and a
fives.
match for Luis
Great
Camacho.
shot from Luis Camacho there to put himself into the last 8. The players embrace a bit of a cagey game.
Yeah. He'll be glad that's over when he Camacho missed his opportunities, but wrapped it up in the end.
But did indeed. Jochen Graudenz also coming through a cracking game with Thomas Eichmann there, 4 legs to 2. And Rocco Fulciniti coming through against Marc Michel 4-1. All the top seeds seem to have gone through now.
Looking at those names on the left-hand side there, James, it's going to make for a tasty quarterfinals, isn't it? We've got Graudenz, we've got Shearts, Rocco, Bellmont, Walpen, and that man Luis Camacho just added to that list of quarterfinalists.
Yeah, there's 2 games still ongoing between Loris Schaub and Fabrizio Barone. 3-2 currently to Schaub. and then Andreas Kathrina and Roman Rudin, with Rudin leading 3-2. Obviously, I would say we don't know who we're going to watch on stream in the next game, but I am 99.9% certain. Do not go anywhere, because we will have arguably the two best players in Switzerland, Stefan Bellmont against Marcel Walpen, which is sure to be a very tasty clash. How do you think that one's going to go, Trav?
I need to spin my magic 8-ball in our little break, James, to tell you who the winner of that one will be.
And on that note, we're going to go for a little break, and we'll be back for a summary of the last 16 games, and we'll preview the game between Marcel Walpen and Stefan Bellmont. Stay tuned.
Eben ja. Oh ja, 5%. Da hat kein Kabel drin. Laurin? Ja, voll. Sonst nur noch 5%.
Wir sind schon schneller, das ist einfach nicht. Dass das Tablet noch aussteigt.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 from Basel Casino. Here is the game that we've all been waiting for. Quarter-final matchup between Stefan Bellmont and Marcel Walpen. It's got all of the makings to be an absolute cracker, this one. My prediction is that Stefan Bellmont is going to have far too much in his locker for Marcel Walpen the way he's been playing today. But we'll see if he proves me wrong. Matt, how do you think this one's going to go?
Well, the two men have met several times before, haven't they? Bellmont probably has the slight advantage in the head-to-head, I'd say. Getting the better hand of Marcel Walpen the last couple of times, but I always back Team Walpen. And today, Marcel Walpen with that point to prove. I know he hasn't played particularly well in the last 32. He didn't average highly in the last 16. But I just think on an occasion like this, Marcel Walpen can deliver the goods when he needs to. I know Bellmont's had a couple of tumblers averages, but I'm backing Marcel Walpen to get one over on him here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we've not actually seen Marcel Walpen beat Stefan Bellmont in SDC events. The only player to have beaten Stefan Bellmont is Jochen Graudenz in the final of SDC Tour Event 13, I believe, or maybe actually 15.
Interesting start. I thought Walpen might have beaten him once, but so it's 3-4-0, is it, the head-to-head?
I think the head-to-head is 3-0, if I'm not mistaken, but it might only be 2-0, so don't take my word for it 100%. But looking at the other games, we've got Jochen Graudenz against Roman Rudin.
Yeah.
I think Jochen will have a bit too much for him.
Roman's come through two last leg deciders there, hasn't he? So let's see if that one goes all the way as well.
Sure to be a cracker on board 4 between Felix Schertz and Luis Camacho. How do you see that one going?
I don't think... We just saw Camacho on our live stream, obviously, and he played a great game blowing away Frida Lang, but Felix Schertz is someone that just slides under the radar, isn't he? He obviously didn't drop a leg against Joel Brighton Moser and beat Daniel Buchart fairly convincingly as well. So I'm going to call Felix Schertz to come through that one.
Yeah, I think I agree. And then the final game that we've not mentioned is Rocco against Laurie Schaub. Rocco Fulciniti, 2-time SDC winner. Laurie Schaub, obviously junior Swiss champion.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, in terms of Laurie Schaub, I think he can count himself quite lucky to be at this stage of the competition. Like, I think although he's played some good darts, he's some of his averages in these knockout rounds haven't
But
been
again,
great.
2 last leg deciders, so you're obviously someone who shows great composure if you can win two games when they're tied at 3 apiece. So let's hope Lloris can just get a bit more of a foothold in that game against Rocco and not get blown away by the
First
big
leg
Italian.
is Stefan to throw
Agreed,
first.
and I think
Game
here
on.
the bull off is quite important, obviously,
Ooh.
for Stefan Bellmont winning here, especially in a 1-4 encounter.
Yep.
But as you mentioned, the big Italian is blowing Ori
He
Schaub out
is.
the water at the moment,
Yeah.
2-0 up. As we get underway in
So
this
let's
last
see.
8 encounter.
Yeah, Belmont to kick us off.
55.
Good areas, but no treble.
So here's Marcel Walpen. His very first leg of the day, remember, was a 12 dart leg.
65.
He hit the ground certainly running in that game.
Imagine how
Since
gutted,
then, it's been a little bit stop-start, you'd say, from Walpen.
yeah, imagine how gutted you'd be there as well. Treble 21st start, then a bounce out and a
Yeah.
5.
96.
Marcel Walpen will still need to be hitting some trebles here. Finds one there, second dart. If you're going to
100.
break a player of someone of Stefan Bellmont's quality, he's going to need to do it in I think, first leg, really, before he's got up and running. But obviously both players have the ability to put in those 15, 12 dart legs, as we've already seen
60.
the 12 dart from Walpen today.
We mentioned in that in the previous game when Belmont was playing against Sven Hoffman, and Hoffman went 2-0 up in that game, didn't he? And we both, were observing how slowly both players were starting, and
100.
seems to be the case here for Belmont as well. He hasn't quite found the line and length yet, has he? He's just been lingering in the stalls at the start of this game.
Yeah, there we go. Second dart treble there from Belmont. Seems to have
100.
picked up a little bit there. Only a ton though, which means I think if Marcel Walpen can hit a ton 40, you would say strong favourite for the leg. That's not going to help. No treble there.
45.
No treble. Visit means that Stefan Bellmont now is back in pole position.
Very nice throw to watch, isn't it, Belmont? Very smooth.
100.
Very straight.
Very enjoyable to watch. I think it's just
It's very textbook, isn't it?
It's a darts throw of an experienced player who's been playing for a while.
44. Stefan, you require 90.
4 visits back to back from Walpen.
I think I would have.
You know that checkouts at this range, that 140 range, aren't out of his locker, but certainly not making things easy, is he?
No, he's not.
Don't think he'll decline the ball.
Getting
I think he'll
shot
go
in
for
the
it.
first
Does
leg,
go for
Stefan
it.
Bellmont.
Woo-hoo.
First ball check
Second
out
leg
today.
is Marcel to
20
throw
ball
first.
for Stefan
Game
Bellmont.
on.
Great darts.
And I thought he might have the cheek to turn it down, James. Certainly doesn't turn it down. Pins it right in the centre.
We have seen Marcel Walpen take out, I
85.
think, a 147 in one of these previous finals. So definitely not to turn it down against someone of his quality. And that first dart treble is straight back in for Stefan Bellmont.
131.
Only game not to get underway so far is Luis Camacho against Felix Schertz in the quarter-final.
Oh, you can see the fist bump actually happening behind us there. That game is just getting underway.
81.
I know we obviously said that Marcel Walpen does have a lot of quality, but how he started this game is making me think that there's something not quite right with him at the moment, because it's been the same all day since match 1. He almost averaged
just under that 100 mark. Yeah, it was
50.
98, 99.
Yeah, he was a 12 darter followed by a 14 darter and then a slightly ropey 20 darter, but hasn't really got going since then.
Yeah, you did wonder how much that previous weekend, as we said, he got to a
41.
quarter and a last 16, which for Marcel Walpen is a disappointing weekend's work, isn't it?
Yeah,
He hasn't maybe shaken that poor weekend off.
I'm not used to seeing him spray so much left and right. I know I might be being
100.
harsh on him here, but I essentially count Marcel Walpen as a PDC pro the way he throws. He's experienced. He's got quite far on challenge tours. He's got far in Q school, obviously getting to that last stage.
81.
So we know he's got it in the locker. It's just
beating some really experienced professionals along the way, didn't he? So
yeah. You're thinking a treble here, Stefan Bellmont. Maybe strong favourite, but no treble, and you think Marcel Walpen slight
60.
favourite for the leg. Doesn't bind a treble.
good guide to work with that for Walpen. Oh, moves downstairs.
57.
Wow, okay.
Stefan, you
Doesn't seem to
require
really rush for those last 2 darts,
160.
James. Don't you think? I mean, the way he just threw that dart at 18s was. Did he really think that through? Did he really compose himself there? I don't know. In such a big moment, it's
100.
might
Marcel,
be
you
costly.
require
No troubles for
156.
visit back to back.
You think this is going to have to go here, and I think he thinks that as well as he composes himself at the back. If the first dart trebles in, you tend to back him to find a second, but
He hasn't been finding it with his first dart, though, has he? No, he doesn't find it again.
there is a treble. But I think he's found
140.
2 trebles to leave himself a
Stefan, you
double. But
require
you think that
60.
Stefan Bellmont 60, you'd expect him to check this. Bit of a blocker.
Yeah, might just shuffle across here. Does.
Game
He's
shot
right
in the
side of
second
bed.
leg. Stefan Bellmont.
No danger.
Third leg is
Professional
Stefan to
darts. I
throw
mean, as we
first.
mentioned previously,
Game
for
on.
those who have just joined us, Stefan Bellmont invited to play PDC tour event number 9 today. Wasn't confirmed for tour event 10, so
Yep.
decided to play the full SDC weekend today and tomorrow.
He could have been in the lovely northern heartlands of Wigan, but instead turned that down
100.
to be in the beautiful casino in Basel. I know which decision I would have made, James.
I know which decision you would have made as well. A huge Wigan fan. As mentioned previously, Marcel Walpen is
17.
spraying left and right. I don't think I've ever seen him hit a score less than 20 with 3 darts. And I can only see this going one way.
Looks like the makings of a 4-0 victory. I don't think,
100.
James. It may be too early to say, but
I think I agree. With Rocco Fulciniti just finishing the job there and
Yeah.
Horace Shout, the first player into the semi-final.
securing a 4-0 victory.
140.
My favourite for the whole tournament, as mentioned at the start of the day, Jochen Graudenz, 2-0 up against Roman Rudin. Will be looking to face Felix Schertz in the semi-final, or Luis Camacho if he was to go on and win.
140.
Very steady darts there by Belmont. Matching the 140 hit by Walpen.
95.
Maybe just throwing a little
Stefan,
bit
you
quicker now,
require
Walpen. I don't know if you've picked up on
161.
this as well, James. We thought maybe a few darts in the last leg were a bit rushed, but those last 6 darts by Walpen were thrown really quickly. I don't know if he's trying to just create a bit of momentum out of something,
48.
or try and feel them at his hand and arm a little bit different. But
A 140 here would put him slightly back in the leg, but
let's see, he's certainly throwing those quickly,
43.
but he's not throwing them
Stefan,
accurately.
you require
I think he's feeling a little bit frustrated.
113.
He can't get going. And when you're playing a player against Stefan Bellmont's quality, you
Yeah.
have to get going from
Yeah.
minute 1.
Well, he had that opportunity in the first leg, didn't he? They both came out the traps fairly slowly, but
77.
Ooh.
Almost a 10 plus finish there for Stefan Bellmont.
for a 15 dart hold. Good luck breaking that, Marcel.
The only leg that he's thrown that would have done that was the very first one of the
60.
day.
Stefan, you require 36.
Or his second one. Oh, no. Good point, James. Math hasn't been
Game
our strong
shot
point
in the
today.
third leg. Stefan
Tell you
Bellmont.
what is a strong
Fourth
point.
leg
Stefan
is
Bellmont
Marcel to throw
doubles.
first.
Gobble,
Game on.
gobble, it goes. 3-0 to Stefan Bellmont over Marcel Walpen. One more leg in this stage. Obviously, it's first to 4 as it says on your screen. As it goes to the semi-final, it will go first to 5. If we start to get a bit of a crowd in the background there walking
Yeah.
along.
You can tell which game they want to watch, can't you? And it's, I'm afraid it's not for Camacho and Schertz. All eyes on this one.
14 points in the averages at the moment.
43.
And I think that gap might only widen in this final leg. As Belmont looks to secure a 4-0 victory here.
We saw in the last 16 and the last 32, all the games seemed to be very
100.
50-50. Lots of players going to last leg deciders, but so far in the quarterfinals, they've all been one-sided with only one player in each game winning legs so far. Here, 3-0.
He throws his hands at Walpen. He's been left, he's been right. Yeah. That phrase completes itself, but his darts have not been good quality today, have they?
No, not indeed.
135.
Great composure, though, from Marcel Walpen. Hasn't given up yet. As a player of his quality, never will. Jochen Graudenz there, as mentioned previously, playing very good darts today. Is 3-0 up on Roman Rudin, averaging
57.
90. Wearing a fresh shirt today and continuing to play fresh darts.
Fresh darts.
98.
Marcel Walpen again spraying left there. but finding a treble keeps him as favourite for the leg. There is so little movement in the Stefan Bellmont throw. It is incredible to
100.
watch. It's straight down that line. Always gets the length right as well. Frustrated
35.
is an
Left and
understatement.
right again from Walpen, yeah. So uncharacteristic, really, of a man of his talents.
100.
His thoughts may already be turning to tomorrow and trying to put right the wrongs from today.
Not just yet. I do think he's throwing the darts away a little
Yeah.
bit.
We
81.
noticed this in the second leg, didn't
Stefan,
we?
you require
The rhythm's just a
144.
little bit off. It's a little bit too quick. It's not a pace that I feel comfortable watching, Marcel Walpen. I'm sure he doesn't feel comfortable playing at this tempo either.
I think this could be his first chance to get a dart a double though. So I think he will be thinking that
100.
he's got the chance to
Marcel,
take
you
out
require
109, but I think he'll be thinking
109.
to himself that he has to take
Yeah.
out 109 here. He will get a dart a double, and that double is
Again,
tops.
rushed.
89.
He may have proved me wrong and checked
Stefan,
that,
you
but
require 44.
the pace of those three darts just seemed too quick. A little bit too careless from Marcel, you could almost say.
Here we go. 2 darts in hand for Stefan
Game
Bellmont.
shot and a
And he
match
only
for
needs the
Stefan
one, as he
Bellmont.
proves too good for Marcel Walpen
Yeah.
and finishes the game off with a 44 checkout and an 88 average. So he goes through to the semi-final to likely face the winner of... he'll go to the semi-final to face Rocco Fulciniti, who has almost already come through against Loris Schaub 4-0. How do you see that one going, Trav?
Well, 2 whitewashes in the quarterfinals, and they're about to meet each other in the semis. Rocco's very much gone under the radar today, hasn't he? I don't think he's been blowing players away with great averages, but he's been doing what Rocco does best. I still think Bellmont will have too much on the basis of what I've just seen then. But I don't know. New hair Rocco maybe will revitalise a new youthful performance. Who knows?
I know, and while we're still here, we'll talk about, obviously, we've spoken about Jochen Graudenz 3-0 up on Roman Rudin at the moment and looking to close it out. But Luis Camacho, as you can see on our screen, is currently 2-1 up on Felix Schertz as Graudenz just finishes the job on Roman Rudin to make 3 4-0 whitewashes in the semi-final.
Yeah.
How do you see Camacho Schertz finishing? Obviously, we predicted Schertz to go through.
Yeah, we did. It's a high quality affair, I can tell you that. Both averaging just a touch short of 80. Anyone's up for grabs by the looks of things in that game. We can maybe see the state of play in the 4th leg here. Schertz possibly just slight favourite in this 4th leg.
I hate to break you up there, Trav, but just looking at Jochen Graudenz, no wonder he's not wearing a cap today with that fresh haircut. And you can see he's got a little face of himself on the back of his shirt there.
Do you think that's Graudenz' face, or do you think that's
100%.
a knight, or I don't know.
That's 100% Jochen's face because it says Jochen's Dart Shop as well. That would be someone else's face. Yeah, it looks like Felix Schertz here is going to level this up at 2 legs apiece. But we'll go on a temporary break and come back for the semi-final where we'll either be watching Rocco against Stefan Bellmont or Jochen Graudenz and either Camacho and Felix Schertz. Stay tuned. Don't miss it. Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17. We're live from Basel for this semi-final encounter between Jochen Graudenz and Felix Scherz. In the other semi-final, we have Stefan Bellmont up against Rocco Fulciniti. Two interesting clashes going ahead here, and four players who have all got experience in winning matches. The only player yet to win SDC event is Felix Scherz of these players. But I don't think that'll stop him. A cracking 14-dart break of throw there to defeat Luis Camacho in a last leg decider. This game is first to 5 and will be first to 6 in the final.
Well, yeah.
Trav, how do we think this game between Jochen and Felix Scherz is going to go down?
Well, it's my first experience of watching the Scherz throw. I don't know about you, James, but a bit of an unknown quantity, I suppose. He's not he's a fairly new name, a new face to these SDC events. Obviously brings a much anticipated boost of quality. He had a great run at Q School and was certainly eye-catching in terms of the performances he was putting in there for Swiss darts. I think Graudenz is the better of the two players. I certainly want Graudenz to win this game. Whether he will, I suppose, depends on the upper end of Felix Scherz's game. We know he's averaged 80s quite consistently throughout this tournament so far. But against a man like Jochen Graudenz, will you be able to maintain that kind of quality? Who knows?
I think Jochen Graudenz, the reason I love watching him is because you never know what you're going to get on 1-1-2, like a bull 12 bull or something similar. His scoring's amazing. His doubling can be a bit twitchy at times. That's what Felix Scherz will be hoping for, because I think on the scoring phase of the game, I think Jochen will have a bit too much for Felix, but it's all down to the doubling, because as you saw there in that last leg decider with Luis Camacho, 62 and 2 darts, I mean, it's all you need.
Yeah. Both rocking their own brand of shirts there. Who do you think wins this little mini battle between the white and the purple?
Oh, I am a fan of Felix Scherz's shirt.
I wonder what the squares are trying to represent. What's the
nickname, I wonder? One thing I will say is during the break, we did have a quick look on Jochen's dart shop, just because I was purely interested. You can buy all different types of darting equipment. So if you are watching, please do give it have a browse online, and you can maybe find the new darts to make you a world champion.
Yeah, you certainly got some brands that I'm not immediately familiar with. I don't know about you, James. We're just looking down some of the darts now. We've got
Rennie Idam's the Cube darts.
Oh, okay.
Was the first ones that caught my eye.
Could be Felix using those Cube darts, given his shirt there. He, what else have we got? Renegade brand darts and yeah, various sets and various accessories as well. But
see a little zoom in on our
all the best for that,
Christopher. There, giving a bit of an eye to the camera, saying what's it doing on me. But don't you worry, we will make sure that we have it on the board ready for the start of play, hopefully. Interesting to see how this one goes. I think we're going to get some top quality darts as we're underway on board 2 now between Rocco Fulciniti and Stefan Bellmont. We will keep you up to date with the score on that one as it goes, with Rocco winning the bull-off and throwing first. As we have a bullseye hit from Felix Scherz in the bull-off.
First leg is Felix for first, game on.
Certainly throws a powerful dart, doesn't he, Scherz?
The aggression on his face.
He almost grimaces on the second and third dart there, really trying to force it into the board.
As we have a Shanghai finish on board 2 between
100.
Stefan Bellmont as he goes 1-0 up on Rocco Fulciniti.
Early breaker throw. Yeah, you can really see the grimace, can't you, on the
100.
sort of second and third dart.
One thing you can see, which I think is always a good sign in a dart throw, is you can see it spiralling through the air.
Yeah.
Which means it knows where it's going.
100.
I suppose it means it's been released correctly, doesn't it? It means there's revolutions when it comes out of the finger and thumb release. It's
134.
Cracking starts this game. 4 tons in a row and a 134.
Grauden's gone with a little arm
45.
sort of brace, arm warmer
Arm
today.
sleeve, yeah.
Not something we often see him wearing.
Must be quite cold over there. Felix Scherz
97.
leaves 70 after 12 darts.
Very good opening leg from Felix.
Jochen will need a treble here to leave a finish, which he does find.
140.
Finds 2 even.
Felix requires 70.
Leaves him on a doable checkout. But will he get a shot?
Be back down for tens.
50.
Can't quite find it. Which
Jochen,
means
you require 116.
Jochen has a shot. Will he go bull here first dart? I wonder. He does. The 16. And can he find another bull? Ooh.
91. Felix, you
Some of the
require
last darts
20.
we saw Graudenz throw, of course, bull 12 bull to win him SDC 15. He can't open his legs.
Game
here
shot in the
with a
first
bull
leg. Felix Shields.
Outshot.
Second leg is Jochen to throw
See Felix
first.
Scherz
Game
going
on.
1-0 up. Jochen Graudenz, the answer is his nickname, but doesn't have an answer to that opening stanza from Mr. Scherz.
140.
A very steady 140 to start off the second leg.
Yeah,
100.
contrasting dart sleeves. Felix got the tattoos down the left arm there, and the right arm, and the throwing arm. Just trying to see if any of those were darts related. What do you think, James?
Don't
100.
know. Oh, I doubt he's got any darts related tattoos, but might be incorrect.
Looks to be a little dart spear. Do you think on the left arm there?
81.
Not too
Don't know.
sure, but what I do know is he is hitting trebles regularly in this game. Stefan Bellmont has another combination finish to go 2-0 up on
60.
Rocco Fulciniti. All 4 players currently averaging in the 90s. Great leg this by
58.
Jochen Graudenz.
Jochen, you
which is what
require
he needed to do after losing
167.
Yep.
first leg on the Scherz throw. Will he get a pop at the 167? He'll have a dart on the ball. Will he go for it?
142.
2 darts missed on the ball. Didn't need to go for it, but almost pops it.
He'll have as much time as he likes now, with Scherz not being able to leave a finish.
33.
If he'd hit a treble 20, he would have
Jochen,
left
you
the big
require
fish,
25.
but he didn't. Here we go, double 8.
Game short in the second leg.
Great check out
Jochen
there, the 14
Graudenz.
darter.
Third leg is Felix to throw first. Game on.
The standard getting raised yet again from what we saw in the quarterfinal. We thought the Bellmont-Walpen game was a good one.
96.
That was only the appetizer for what we're seeing here. 2 legs in, and Graudenz averaging over 100.
95.
That's a 95 there for Jochen. Puts them within a point of each other.
Got the interesting little blue
41.
marking on the bottom of his point there. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I have. I'm
Interesting
not too sure
feature.
what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're obviously a man who's quite particular about the points of his darts.
100.
Indeed, yeah, like a slightly longer pointed dart. And looks like Felix Scherz also has a bit of grip, if you can see on that blue point,
135.
which is obviously working quite well as he finds another 2 trebles. Jochen going downstairs to try and leave a finish, but now can't leave a finish.
60.
Felix Scherz just wanting to keep straight here. Finds a treble, so we will leave a nice finish.
99.
130, the little fish.
But there'll be pressure on it.
There will be. How
Graudenz
much?
breathing down his neck.
95.
Unlucky.
Felix, you require
That's the first
130.
up Trebs. You thought it looked in a good spot, didn't you, to maybe join it with another?
We stay there. No, he doesn't.
Okay, declines
90.
the dart at bullseye.
Jochen, you
Says to
require
Jochen, you won't take out
151.
151. Well, Jochen
No, he won't.
doesn't have an answer.
59. Felix, you require 40.
59 there. Leaves him on 92 if Scherz is to miss 3.
Great marker. You could see the wire move there, couldn't you?
Can he nudge it?
No score.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
goes
Jochen,
higher
you
and
require
higher.
92.
Think you'll go bullseye route here on 92?
Can't see the justification for that, really. Oh, okay.
We'll get a dart, a double. And that double is the bull. Third time lucky. Oh, unlucky
51.
again.
Felix,
Not
you
quite
require
there
40.
for Jochen on the bullseye. 3 misses.
Obviously his signature checkout, James, but do you think there's justification there for doing it in that in that situation, in that context?
I think on 92, yes, I think there is, because on 92 you
No
obviously...
score.
Oh, 3 more misses from Felix
Jochen, you
Scherz.
require
On
41.
92, you're guaranteeing yourself a dart at the bull when he's that lethal on the 25. And you're not guaranteeing yourself a dart if you go
Game
for the
shot in
treble
the
20.
third leg.
As
Jochen
Jochen Graudenz
Graudenz.
finds
Fourth
24
leg is
there
Jochen to throw
take
first.
a 2-1
Game
lead over
on.
Felix Scherz and get the first break of throw. You're tuning us in just now. The other semi-finalist between Stefan Bellmont and Rocco Fulciniti. Stefan Bellmont leading 2 legs to 1.
97.
What do you think of the opening stanza here, Trav?
I think Felix has thrown very well and can feel a little bit aggrieved to be 2-1 down.
93.
He obviously had plenty of chances for double in that particular leg. But I've been impressed with Graudenz. His grouping looks particularly tight today. I know there's often times where, you know, he can be in that
80.
1 and 5 segment all too regularly, as he's just shown in that visit there. But I've been really impressed with Graudenz scoring in the early parts of this exchange.
44.
I feel like Felix Scherz will feel very unlucky to be 2-1 down. He had obviously 6 darts there at tops, and they were all
on the wire.
on the wire. You think that he just needs to use them slightly, just clip in off one
100.
of those darts.
Yeah, never brought it down, did he?
42.
Obviously finds himself now in a position he probably hasn't found himself all day. Possibly looking at being 3-1 down.
He's obviously down in that semi-final to
85.
Luis Camacho, but only ever by a leg at any point. Back in the treble, will need to fill it.
100.
Can't fill it. I feel like his grouping is quite tight, but he's not managed to find that. When the first dart's there, that's 180. Jochen Graudenz looks to just
99.
tee up tops, and he does expertly.
Play out.
Start in
70.
there again, but again doesn't follow
Jochen,
it.
you require
It's really
40.
frustrating to see him throwing that last dart away as well. I mean, he knows himself he missed 6 darts at tops in the last leg. Graudenz is more than capable of missing 6 again.
Game short in the fourth
Doesn't
leg.
miss 6
Jochen
at the same
Graudenz.
target.
Fifth
Shake of
leg
the
is
head from
Felix to throw
Felix.
first. Game
Good
on.
last start there from Jochen, take a 3-1 lead. As we see on the other board, another ton plus checkout from Stefan Bellmont. 101, 60
100.
and 120 so far, the checkouts for himself in that game. Very good finishing and showing why he is Swiss number 1.
100.
Graudenz looking comfortable in this game right now, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't see Scherz
He's
turning around.
right where he wants to be.
60.
Both games currently poised at 3-1. And looking for a repeat of the SDC Tour Event 15 final and Euro Tour qualifier final as well.
100.
Yeah, that was a high stakes game in particular, wasn't it?
Yeah, last time Jochen and Stefan Bellmont met, 5-2 to Stefan Bellmont to secure his place in Euro Tour. I'm not 100% sure on the event number, so I won't lie. As Jochen Graudenz looks to give us our first 180.
180.
He does give us our first 180 to put himself in pole position on the Scherz throw here.
81.
Scherz
Jochen, you
does leave a
require
finish, but
121.
160 is not enough pressure, in my opinion.
Treble 17 for the ball this time. There's the treble 17. Ooh, okay. Long step back here. Fourth time the
Game
charm
short in
Graudenz.
the fifth
Oh,
leg.
it
Jochen
is.
Graudenz.
Points over there.
6 leg is
Rocket-
Jochen to throw
rocket
first.
look.
Game on.
Beautiful 1-2-1 check out from Graudenz.
I mentioned at
And
the
then
start.
another break of throw, James.
Yeah, I mentioned at the start of the day that I thought Jochen Graudenz has been playing some unbelievable darts recently, and it's just continued. And here we go again as he looks to fill the bed.
140.
And practically end Felix Scherz's stint in SDC Tour Event 17.
That 1-2-1 will really have broken his heart there. On the
58.
Felix throw.
Indeed, 94 average for Jochen Graudenz, and currently a 94 average as well for
Yeah,
Stefan
and it's
Bellmont.
exactly the same scoreline, 4-1 to Stefan Bellmont.
41.
My only thing with Jochen Graudenz is I don't want in this, if he gets to the final, let's assume that him and Stefan Bellmont get through, is sometimes I find when he plays Bellmont or a big name, he can crumble a
59.
bit under the pressure. I don't want him to do that today because I think he's got the capabilities to make it an absolute cracker in the final.
He's played really well here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
My only one point of criticism was that
140.
when he was on the 92, starting on the bullseye. I think a player like Graudenz should back himself to hit the treble 20 in that scenario. But
We've seen how he is ruthless on the bullseye, though.
well, true.
Jochen
A
Graudenz.
man like Graudenz in this mood is ruthless on every segment as he look to just tee up tops
140.
He does.
Tops after 12 to put himself into the final.
And put him potentially near that ton average mark.
45.
Don't think he'll quite go
Jochen
over it,
require
even if
40.
he hits it in one, but it'll be close enough.
So here we are, Jochen Graudenz to secure his place in the final.
Game shot and a
Double
match
10,
for
there it
Jochen
is.
Graudenz.
Wraps up the comfortable victory. Sheert shakes his head. He's been blown away there by the better man. Graudenz, the victor, 5 legs to 1, and we'll be meeting the winner of Stefan Bellmont and Rocco Fulciniti in just a few minutes' time.
Jochen Graudenz there averaging 96. Sheert's not quite getting into it.
Shakes his head, Sheert. What can he do? He's been blown away. 23 points in the average.
I think Sheert has more in his locker than that, but he'd be slightly disappointed. But Stefan Bellmont, 4-1 up as well on the second board at the moment. Only 244 points away from potentially securing his spot in the final once again. The only player to beat him so far in the SDC Tour event is Jochen Graudenz. And will we see that outcome again? Or will Bellmont beat Jochen for the 3rd time in a final? Stay tuned and don't go anywhere for the biggest game of SDC Tour Event 17. Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 17 from Basel. Here we have the final between the two best players all day, without doubt, statistically. It's Jochen Graudenz representing Germany and Stefan Bellmont representing Switzerland. Both players coming through quite comfortably in their semi-finals. Jochen Graudenz winning 5-1 against Felix Schertz, capping it off with the highlight, I'd say, as a 1-2-1 checkout on the bull.
Yeah.
Stefan Bellmont taking out 120, 101, 60 and 75 en route to beating Rocco Fulciniti 5-2. Disappointing not to see Rocco at any point today on the streaming board, but
Yeah, and his brand new fresh trim. We didn't get to see it, did we? And in the full light of day.
how do you see this one going, Trav? Obviously, two great players.
Yeah. Of course, it brings back memories of SDC Tour Event 15 and the final between these two men, Bull 12 Bull. Graudenz getting the better of that one in a last leg decider.
We then commentated on SDC Tour 16, where Bellmont got the better of Graudenz 6-2.
Yeah, we had a reversal, didn't we, the next day? I'd say Bellmont is the better of the two players. Both have played extremely well in patches throughout today. It's going to be played in good spirits. I'm sure, Grauden's attitude to these checkouts won't change, and he's not going to be phased by Bellmont. He's obviously got that victory over him in the recent final. I'm going to say Bellmont wins and comes through today. 6-3 is going to be my score prediction. But really, when these two men meet, any outcome's possible, isn't it? Any scoreline is, of course, possible.
Yeah, I think it could go either way, and I hope you guys watching at home are excited for this one, because I know I certainly am, and you can see from Matt's glee on his face, he certainly is as well.
So here we are, first to 6. For the spoils at Basel.
Still just warming up at the moment, but we will shortly get underway with the bull-off.
Stefan Bellmont in his signature blue shirt there, isn't he?
Is indeed.
I'm very familiar with that. Those Swiss colours.
I do like the Stefan Bellmont shirt. The little Swiss right sleeve.
You can see the little Alps on the back of the shirt as well, can't you?
And for those who aren't familiar, Stefan Bellmont obviously did play Players' Championship 7 and 8. Players' Championship 7 taking wins off of Karel Sedlacek and Ross Smith before unfortunately bowing out in the last 32, and then also bowing out unfortunately in the last top 128 in the appearance on Sunday. But here he is, and only one loss in SDC so far, and that loss was to the man on your screen right now, wearing the fresh new arm sleeve, which Trav pointed out in our previous game.
I'm sure they might be available on Steel Darts, Jochen's Darts shop.
Yeah, Jochen Dart shop. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how this goes. I'm excited. For all of you who aren't aware, Swiss Darts Corporation does run normally on a 2 tournaments a weekend basis. So we will be back again tomorrow for the penultimate event, which is SDC Tour Event 18. And then we have the big finale, which we've been building up to for a long time, where there's 10,000 Swiss francs prize money available for all of the participants to try and get their hands on. Who's going to win that? I don't know. But myself and my co-commentator Matt Travis have signed up to go to Switzerland for it. And we'll be playing our best darts. So give us some support while we're out there if you're playing in it as well.
We're hitting the practice board pretty hard, aren't we, James? We've got our minds set on that date in the middle of May.
We do indeed. And anyone at home who wants to play, please do sign up. You will need to practice if you think you've got a sniff against Stefan Bellmont and Jochen Graudenz.
These two might put on more than just a little bit of a show for us
First
today.
leg is Jochen to throw first. Game on.
Early little advantage there for Jochen Graudenz as he wins the bill off. Let's get underway. Starts with 2 treble ones. Not the ideal start for Jochen.
25.
Advantage Bellmont.
Yeah. When you said to me you'd hit 2 trebles in the first visit, James, I would not have suspected treble 1.
140.
Did somebody say punishment?
Yeah, 140 there for Stefan Bellmont. Puts him in pole position here to break throw already. And we've only had 3 darts from both players.
100.
Jochen Graudenz finally finding his first treble of the final.
First of 6 legs, of course, in these finals. A fairly long
45.
format game. Same format, obviously, as those Players' Championships, which Stefan Bellmont could have been participating in this weekend.
Always quite interesting when you
140.
have the start of the day. You have obviously all 128 players in the venue, all standing around, and then you get to the end of the day when it goes a little bit quieter. These 2 men will be used
140.
to playing in a quieter atmosphere as we see back-to-back ton 40s for both players.
All 64 players, obviously, in the SDC events, James.
Apologies, yeah. It's
95.
128
There
next
will
year.
be, yes. In Thun, there'll be 128 in a month's time.
No, in Thun, there's 256,
Oh.
Trav. Triple the number.
Getting our numbers all over the place here, James.
I know, it's like, it's been all day.
60. Jochen, you require
You see the background, we've got Loris
141.
Schaub there, quarter-finalist.
Yeah, good run from him today. Ooh, Graudenz. Not the start I'd be looking for on 141.
41.
Could do with the treble.
Stefan, you require
Advantage Bellmont.
116.
Sure,
He
he
loves
would.
this kind of range, doesn't he? When I think of Bellmont checkouts, I see 116. Treble, single, double. And here it is.
96. Jochen, you
Ooh,
require
just
100.
under.
Bottom wire.
Jochen Graudenz will be hoping for 2 darts at double here on 100. Will he go tops?
I think so.
He will go tops. Finds the
80.
first one.
Stefan, you
Oh, is that
require
in?
20.
Can't see.
Don't think so. No.
No, just under the top wire there. So Bellmont has first poke at double 10.
Have you ever seen Stefan Bellmont miss double 10, James? With 3 darts in hand?
No.
10.
You have
Jochen,
now.
you
I
require
have
20.
now. Nervy start here in the final.
Remember, this is just a hold, a throw for Jochen Graudenz.
Game short in the first leg. Jochen Graudenz.
Ooh,
Second
on
leg
double
is
5.
Stefan to throw
Important dart on double
first.
5.
Yeah.
Quite
Game on.
ruthless on double 5. I tend to see him pin double 5 quite a lot. I know when I played Jochen Graudenz in SDC Tour Event 3, he pinned it against me twice.
135.
Always a good indication between a good top player and just sort of your average player is that composure on a double like double 5. It's never a nice switch, is it? Going
82.
from tops to 10s to 5s. But he made that look easy there.
Agreed. And I think another thing that shows a good player is when they obviously lose that first leg, is then obviously coming out with 2 trebles, which Stefan Bellmont has done
100.
there. You can see some players just kind of throw it away.
You
at that
can,
point.
yep. Don't forget, Graudenz started that leg with 25, didn't he? Yet still managed to win the leg.
140.
As we look to see the first, almost our first 180, but just a ton 40. Gets him back in the leg. Will we see our first 180 one visit later? No, we will not.
128.
As Stefan Bellmont goes for the 16 section. It's treble 16 though.
Like our friend Dominic Niederberger.
41.
Yeah.
Liking that switch to the
Stefan,
16s
you
earlier,
require
wasn't he?
138.
Not quite executing it as well as Stefan Bellmont.
No.
We'll be keeping an eye on his progress tomorrow, I'm sure.
84.
Good luck, Dominic, if you're playing tomorrow.
Indeed.
And there'll be a few new faces as well. Well, not new faces, returning faces tomorrow, I'm sure. Matthias Jost, I'm excited to see him.
43.
Trav, you're always excited
Stefan,
to
you
see
require
Matthias Jost.
54.
Hoping to maybe see him in one of these finals, who knows? Ooh, Bellmont misses the big number. That's uncharacteristic.
Game shot in the second leg. Stefan
16,
Bellmont.
there it is.
Third leg is Jochen to throw
Makes up
first.
for the slack
Game on.
miss on the big number.
He was a little bit spray down that right-hand side, but down the left-hand side of the board, he pins it. One leg apiece here, keeping the final
81.
nice and poised. You would say so far from those first two legs that Stefan Bellmont has been the better player. But Jochen Graudenz obviously
41.
still just in front.
Frieda Lang in the background there, staying to watch the final.
Trying to get any points as he can.
140.
He'll
He played well today. Unfortunate against Luis Camacho.
have enjoying that missed big number, won't he, from Belmont there? I think he'll have been, he'll have been saying other players do that too as well. And
180.
As we finally see our
Feeling a
first
little better.
180 there of the final. Levels the scores up at 280 apiece. Are we going to see back-to-back 180s, Jochen?
180.
Who's better against it now?
180 for Jochen there to leave it up.
Little smile from Belmont.
Fancy another one, Stefan? Ooh.
Isn't that so often the way that 180s cancel each other out like that
100.
when one player
Jochen, you require
gets
100.
the advantage with a 180? It's hit right back in their face.
Yeah, the biggest 180 machine, I'd say, in SDC darts is obviously Andy Bless. Plays
60.
very safe there, and I think sensible from Jochen there. Leaves himself on tops. After 12 darts, Stefan Bellmont will be hoping he can do the same, but can't, unfortunately.
60.
Which means I think you'd
Jochen,
say
you
that
require 40.
Jochen Graudenz here could even have 6 at this, but
Game shot in the
he
third
won't want to
leg.
risk
Jochen
it, and he
Graudenz.
doesn't, as he pins
Fourth
tops to
leg
take a
is
2-1
Stefan to
lead
throw
over
first.
Stefan Belly
Game
Bellmont.
on.
Good 13 dart hold that. Very strong leg from from Growden, sorry. Was the able by that 180 in the middle there.
60.
60 there, no treble. Can Jochen punish him? Be hoping for at least one treble in this visit. Get his nose in
100.
front on the Belmont throw and take a bit of pressure off him.
Does find the treble.
Two opposing styles of throw.
Yeah,
Jochen Graudenz, the
certainly are.
stacker,
yeah.
whereas you've got Bellmont
100.
standing more upright.
There's so many contrasts between them, James. We've obviously got the left-right hand. We've got the sort of short backswing from Graudenz. You could possibly say snatchy
55.
throw, possibly. That's maybe a little bit unfair on Graudenz, but in the style of a more snatching throw, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Whereas Belmont's obviously is a lot more free-flowing and smooth.
45.
Agreed. I mean, if you ask me which throw I'd rather have, it would definitely be Stefan Bellmont.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
But I think even if you ask me out of all the pro players whose throw I'd like to have, I don't think
It's in the top few, isn't it? You wouldn't
100.
can't say there's many better.
No, exactly. Another 100 there for Jochen Graudenz. Puts him in pole position, but straight back into the treble, Stefan Bellmont. We have our third 180 of the final.
121.
Not to be. Not yet, anyway.
Little pushy with that last one.
Be surprised if we didn't get another 180 there at some point.
Oh, I think there'll be more in this game, yeah. The
85.
grouping's been tight early doors, hasn't it, around the treble 20 bed?
Slight spray there from Jochen, but does leave himself the 161 finish. So we'll have first pot. But looks like Stefan Bellmont is going to leave it slightly more handy.
99. Jochen, you require
76.
161.
Just above that treble 20 wire. Stays there. I would look at the balls.
Yeah,
but
60.
have a look at ball.
Stefan, you require 76.
Do you say this sometimes about Growdens? Did that look as though the treble 20 was obscured there? Probably did, but...
Gonna have to be an ounce in and out.
Well, first start from Belmont. Oh, that's unlucky.
It's too good.
52.
It's often the case with
Jochen,
players
you
of this
require
quality. I think they're
101.
almost too good on that bullseye.
You are leaving a bit to chance, aren't you, on when you're aiming for the 25 as such?
Goes out of
double
double
19.
19.
Yeah.
44. Stefan, you require
You've
24.
been using that as your new MO recently, haven't you, James? The old 2 double 19s?
I'm more of a tops double 18 player if I'm going double, but don't think Bellmont will be worrying about double here. He'll just be worrying about hitting one.
12.
And he doesn't hit it.
Ooh, okay.
Jochen, you require
Gives
57.
Jochen likely 2 darts at tops here to steal the throw.
Game short in the fourth leg.
Finds it as
Jochen
well.
Graudenz.
I mentioned
Fifth
at the
leg
start
is
of the day,
Jochen
and I'll
to
say it
throw
again,
first.
Jochen Graudenz has
Game
been on
on.
great form recently. And I think he's the number 1 seed today, and there's a reason for it.
Yeah, big moment in the game already, that, isn't it? To lose your throw.
41.
Especially when you're behind in the game already.
Got support in the comments for both Stefan and Jochen. Leave your support in the comments here, guys.
2 of the most popular players, I'd say, on the SDC
100.
circuit.
Yeah, I think 2 experienced figures who are always happy to help other people out as well. It's going to be interesting. I still think that there's life
100.
left in this game yet. I think Stefan Bellmont is going to claw back. I think it's going to come down to a last leg decider, but maybe Jochen will prove me wrong.
60.
Surprised he stayed there. The treble segment did look blocked. Jochen Graudenz there finds a treble 20.
100.
Can't find another, but still in pole position in this leg. Stefan Bellmont on 341. Can only leave a finish if he fills the bed, which he can't do now.
50.
Ooh.
We have been slightly spray left and right.
Yeah, we
here.
have. Yeah, noticed that. I almost think I criticised Marcel Walpen for throwing too quickly. I almost think Stefan Bellmont throwing a little bit too
121.
slowly. Do you think that pullback's just a little bit delayed? Do you think there's just a little bit of fatigue there?
I don't think his throws changed.
He is a deliberate thrower, but I don't know.
I don't think his throws changed from any point throughout the day. I think,
59.
if anything, his backswing is almost quicker. But it will be. He's quite far behind again in this leg, so I'd say there's a good chance here for Jochen Graudenz to really establish a good lead
45.
here.
4-1 up in a final. It's a significant advantage, isn't it?
But if someone could come back from a 4-1 deficit in the final, it would be Stefan Bellmont. But he's hoping here if he can hit another treble, he might have a sniff in this leg still.
140. Jochen,
It is
you
the
require
140, isn't it?
94.
Yeah, he slipped it in the treble 20.
I think Jochen will go bull here on 94. He does like the bullseye.
19 would leave the bull. Doesn't attack the treble, does he, on those kind of checkouts?
No,
He's very happy just to accept the dart at bull.
looks blocked.
53.
And I'm surprised he went
Stefan, you
that
require
side of the hockey.
92.
You'd think he'd attack the treble 19 a little bit more, wouldn't you? Try and give him that dart at double 6. I don't know.
Bellmont also choosing the bullseye route here. We're going for treble 17 to leave double 8, but just will have a shot at the bullseye as well. Huge moment in this final.
Yeah.
Game short in
Oh,
the fifth leg.
oh,
Stefan
oh,
Bellmont.
Beautiful check out.
Gets-
Stefan Bellmont.
Sixth
Break
leg
a throw
is
back
Stefan
there,
to
and
throw
Jochen Graudenz
first.
showing
Yeah.
his
Game on.
Yeah. Game respects game, doesn't it? And that's a Graudenz classic checkout, pinned by Mr. Stefan Bellmont.
Yeah, the smile on Stefan Bellmont's face as well here really tells the picture. Lovely to see a game of this magnitude played in such great spirits as well.
Yeah.
140.
There's a lot of respect, isn't there, between the two gents for each other.
Yeah, you thought a minute ago, Jochen Graudenz 140 points in front,
Yeah.
3-1 up.
Yeah.
And now here
60.
we are. Stefan Bellmont, 80 points in front on his own throw to level up the game. And straight back into that treble again. Is he going to find a 180?
180.
140 then to 80.
He does fill the
Beautiful
bed
darts.
there. Great darts here. The third of the game.
81.
81 there doesn't seem to be enough, I don't think.
Not when Belmont started ton 40, ton 80.
No. Could we have our best leg of the day?
Yeah, could we see a 10, 11,
60.
12? Oh, okay. Won't be seeing a 10 or 11.
Jochen Graudenz
58.
here. Only
Stefan, you
hitting
require
big numbers here, which is not going to be
121.
enough. I think Stefan Bellmont will have, I think he'll have at least 6 here.
Goes the bull route, okay. Double 13, there it is, double 16.
89.
Ooh, what would have been a roof raiser.
Indeed.
We've seen 121, of course, on our live stream before. Already today.
Jochen Graudenz obviously starting on 18 to try and leave a finish, but can't.
96.
Which means Stefan Bellmont will have
Stefan, you
at least
require 32.
6 more at this 32.
Game short in the
Only
6th
needs
leg.
1, of
Stefan
course,
Bellmont.
because he's too good.
7th leg is Jochen to
That,
throw
that
first.
puts us level at
Game
3
on.
Ties
legs
the game
apiece.
up, yeah.
So now it just becomes a best of 7 game. No, sorry, a best of 5 game. Maths has really not been a strong
140.
point today. 140 there from Jochen Graudenz, though. Puts him in charge of this leg. Stefan Bellmont, no, straight back into the treble. Can he find a second?
98.
He can't. Some German and Swiss fans in the comments here. Which way do we think this is going to go? I think for me, I think I'm still edging slightly towards Stefan Bellmont. Although Jochen Graudenz there, back-to-back ton 40s.
If you believe in momentum in the game of darts, I think you'd say it is with Bellmont at this point. But how much that counts for?
Also, Stefan Bellmont will need to break, remember.
He will. He will. And it doesn't look like it'll be in this leg, does it?
No, some real
59.
hesitation here from Stefan Bellmont.
Yeah.
Don't know what maths he's trying to do there.
150 points behind. Give or take.
Graudenz
85.
really okay. Good last start treble. I was going to say he just needs to stay straight here. Only a 180 or a 174 would leave a finish here for Bellmont. Can't find that treble, so Jochen Graudenz
60.
will have at least
Jochen, you require 136.
6 from 136.
He will.
And I think that'll be all he needs.
Might look downstairs here. Okay, no.
60.
It looked blocked.
Yeah, for the second time in this game, I think you can make that criticism.
Needs 2 trebles though to leave a finish. There's 1.
140.
In the background there, yeah.
Jochen, you
that
require
lady knew
76.
the importance of those 2 trebles.
Great darts there from Stefan Bellmont. Jochen Graudenz though has first pop at 76. 16 for double 20.
56.
Just
Stefan, you
below
require
the wire,
144.
which gives an outside poke here for Stefan Bellmont. Can he find that first trebs? Yes, he can. Can he find another?
Oh,
He
can.
does.
Double 12.
Game short in the 7th leg.
Oh!
Stefan Bellmont.
284
8th
points
leg
in
is
6
Stefan to
starts
throw first.
means to follow
Game
up
on.
that bullseye checkout, he's now 4-3 up. He's grinning from ear to ear, and I know why. Jochen Graudenz must be feeling slightly upset there, but he's smiling.
How a game can turn, eh? 3-1 down. Graudenz bossing that 5th leg. All of a sudden, Bellmont
80.
3 legs on the spin.
I can't believe what we're watching here. Cracking game of darts. Stefan Bellmont showing his prowess here. And it's really, really enjoyable to watch. I hope your guys are enjoying it too at home.
74.
Jochen Graudenz there needed another treble. I think the difference here really is the finishing of Stefan Bellmont compared to all the other players in the SDC.
83.
There we go, another treble for Stefan Bellmont. Jochen here will need to find a treble or 2. There's 1.
81.
Can't find another, so they are relatively level here in leg number 8. Just below the treble there from Stefan Bellmont. Will he stay there or he goes downstairs?
58.
Can't find a treble. So Jochen Graudenz will be thinking he's got a little sniff here if he can find some trebles. There's 1. Oh, an unfortunate bounce out there.
61.
And only a 1 on the last dart. Stefan Bellmont would have been thinking after that first dart, treble 20 there, that anything apart from... he wasn't be expecting 61 to be the call that's shouted out by Christopher.
140.
Another 140 for Stefan Bellmont there. Can we see a 140 checkout to go alongside that 144 and 92?
81.
Can't leave a finish here,
Stefan, you
Jochen.
require
So
140.
Stefan Bellmont,
Strong advantage, Bellmont, yeah.
6 darts from 140. Himself there on
116.
75 and double 12,
Beautiful.
which we've seen him
Yeah.
hit already
Beautiful.
in that 144 combo.
Laughs and smiles in the background there. As Bellmont looks for his 4th leg in a row.
100. Stefan, you require 24.
And for all money, looks to put himself just one leg away
Game
from
shot
the
in
match.
the 8th leg. Stefan
Does put
Bellmont.
himself one leg away from the
9th leg
match.
is Jochen to throw
The
first.
comeback from 3-1 down
Game
by
over.
Stefan Bellmont has been really something
You
quite.
almost said from Sven Hoffman there. He certainly hasn't made the final.
No, I know. Stefan Bellmont.
100.
Graudenz is still in it. He's still fighting away. He would have the darts, of course, if this goes to 5-all.
I would love to see this go to a deciding leg, but I do think that
100.
Stefan Bellmont just will have a little bit too much on his own throw in the next leg. But he'll be hoping that he can get it done here, to be honest.
96.
So yes, another title for Stefan Bellmont. Is he closing in?
All 100 of you watching as well live. Hope you're enjoying this, especially the absolute showpiece finishing from Stefan
140.
Bellmont here.
And those on Schaffhausen television. I know it's a long way from Schaffhausen to Basel. But I hope you're still tuning in
59.
for our event here.
So it looks like Stefan Bellmont is in pole position now in this leg as well, and could be just 6 darts away from the title.
100.
Just 100 there means that there is a slight opportunity for Graudenz if he can hit a 2 or 3 treble visit, but starting treble 1 is really not where you want to be.
Readjusts
70.
nicely. Oh, and then
Stefan
sprays again.
require 161.
No finish, which means 6 darts there for Stefan Bellmont from 161.
Might look at the outer ball here. I think that's maybe.
99.
Oh no, goes 19s. Okay. 62.
Do you think there'll be any finishing line nerves here from
I
Stefan
don't think
Bellmont?
so. No, not unless there's a 140 from Graudenz, but there won't be a 140.
91.
Ooh, okay.
Stefan
A little bit of
requires
pressure.
62.
85 left for Jochen Graudenz, but here we go. Stefan Bellmont on 62 for the title.
Should get a dart.
And that dart is at double 20.
Game, shot,
Finds
and a
double
match
20
for Stefan
to seal
Bellmont.
SDC Tour event 17 in style.
5 legs in a row for Stefan Bellmont, a worthy winner of SDC Tour Event 17.
Been an absolute pleasure watching him play today. That quarter-final against Marcel Walpen, and then that 92 average there in the final against Jochen Graudenz. Hope you guys enjoyed that at home, because I certainly did. Trav, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, a brilliant day from Stefan Bellmont. He looked untouchable, really, didn't he, from start to finish? Don't know how many legs he dropped today, but certainly one of his best I've seen him, I think, in terms of consistency. He had far too much for a very good player in Marcel Walpen. And then was a little bit slow out of the traps. Graudenz got that 3-1 advantage, but didn't look back, did he? Winning 5 legs on the spin to win that final there.
I think maybe a little bit of fatigue towards the end for Jochen Graudenz. But obviously, I think you've always got to be wary. 284 in 6 starts was really the turning point for Stefan Bellmont there.
That beautiful 144 check as well. Yeah, there was a couple, wasn't there? A couple of nice ones.
Really nice. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. We will be back again tomorrow for SDC Tour Event 18 here from Basel Casino. I hope you enjoyed it. See you soon.